Welcome in and thanks for joining today's Stream Elements. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Rugmat. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Freikberg. The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Parvin. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Clark. Welcome in and thanks for joining today Clark.
Mike, checkity check. Mike's working. Mike's working. All right, give it another minute or two. And we'll get rolling. There will be a Bauer spotting. There we go.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today Dian08.
Oh, Matrix. Power. Claps in chat. Let's go. Awkward stairs. I really need to get more camera set up. Just going back and forth for this part of the song and the routine. I need more cameras. It's just weird going back and forth to the same ones. Cam 4. Oh, you remember that command, right? Deep Harvin, thank you for redeeming all this stuff during the dance. It's cool. It adds to the fun. Shimmy, 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 shimmy. Look at him. Oh, I think I woke him up. Oh, he was out cold. Woo! I still have that automation set. Speaking of the cam command, Rugmat, I still have that automation to turn it off and disable it, basically. Hello, 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 humans and bots. How you doing? What's happening? Happy Friday. Welcome to the Clarkio Shenanigans Show. I'm your host, Clarkio. Almost every Friday at 12:30 p.m. Eastern Time, right here on twitch.tv/ClarkIO. Clarkio. YouTube.com/ClarkIO. Check it out. Like, subscribe if you're watching over there. If you're on Twitch, follow, hang out. Let's have some fun. What do we have in store for today? The usual. Start off just chatting, talking about things, catching up with each other since I was on vacation. And I'm back now. A little washed out. Yeah, the camera's been off for a while, so maybe the settings. Yeah, I appreciate that feedback, Rugmat. We'll talk about wins of the week with everybody. If you don't know what that is, !WOTW in the chat to find out more about that. Then we'll get into Wordle connections and words on stream. And then we're going to work on the tool more for the words on stream tool. I did spend a little bit of time when I had some downtime or we were just chilling watching baseball with my dad. I was on my laptop working on stuff on the WoS tool, the words on stream tool. So that's what we have in store for today's stream. If any or all of that interests you, I hope you stick around and hang out. If not, maybe I'll see you in a future stream when we're doing something of more interest to you. All right. Maybe I need to put this light on. Let's see. This might help with the white balance of the camera. I don't remember if I normally have it on during stream though. I always forget how to turn this thing on. It's the Elgato, like, not the key lights. I don't have those hooked up actually. It's their little mini one that's like portable, rechargeable, magnetic on the back. I never remember how to get it to turn on. Like, it shows the lights that it's on and the battery's fully charged. Come on, thing. Oh, there it is. Is that better? Yeah, that's much better. It's just so bright. Just gonna tone it down just a little bit. Yeah, it should be better. How was vacation? Asked Rugmat in the chat. It was good. It was good. Very relaxing. Got a good amount of sleep for the most part. I think pretty much every night I got around 6.5+ hours. There were many days where I got 7+ too. So that was really good. Really helpful. I got lots of sun, hung out by the pool. Got to see lots of family and friends that we haven't seen in a while. The kids had a blast. Oh my gosh, they had a blast. They love going there. For folks that don't know, I went back to my parents' house, my childhood home, and hung out and did all stuff with the kiddos there. The kids, my kids went with my parents, their grandparents, to see the Smurfs movie. We went into New York City for the day with just my oldest because she was really interested in doing that. What else? We had a big family party. That's where we got to see a lot of family members and cousins and extended family and friends that we hadn't seen in a while. What else? What else did we do? Went to a petting zoo. So yeah, the kids had a blast. They went nuts. My 100 sleep score was a one-off. I've been below 70 ever since. That's a bummer. I forget, what app did you say you used for that? Frackberg? Also, good to see you. Garmin. I need to check that out. My brother-in-law was telling me he uses the Garmin watch, but he doesn't use it for sleep. He uses it just during the day. But he likes it because he doesn't have to charge it as often as the Apple Watch. Yeah, Garmin, gotcha. So I'm curious to check it out, maybe. I was kind of discussing because both my sister, I was talking to Cecil. Those of you that remember Cecil, remember him back in the Python learning days and Microsoft days. I was talking to my sister, Cecil, and then my doctor, and they were talking about how this Aura ring is pretty legit. But then I was doing a comparison. I leveraged AI and stuff like that for that, and the Apple Watch seems to have more sensors than and like track more different types of data than the rings do. Also, the Aura ring has a monthly or yearly subscription, so you're spending hundreds of dollars on this device, and then on top of it you have to pay for a freaking subscription that's like not cheap. I think the cheapest you could do was $70 for the year, which I guess in the grand scheme of things it's like what, like a little over $5 a month, but still, that's like, I don't know, what are you getting with that? You're getting updates to the app that they built. Like, are those significant updates? I just don't, I don't know. Couldn't all of this just be on device and on the phone, like the phone app, and you don't have to, like, there doesn't have to be back-end services that do all the, I don't know. Like, I feel like the cost of running that should be really minuscule if they're doing it right. Anyway, there's another one called Ultra Human that's around the same price point. It's a ring, but it doesn't have a subscription tied to it. So if I was going to go with one, I would go with that. Anyway, I'm bringing all that up and I'm doing a comparison, and the Apple Watch is pretty much like top notch. I don't have the Ultra. I don't have any need for the Ultra one. I have just a standard Series 9 Apple Watch. Prior to that, I had the Series 3, so I went a long time without upgrading it either. And the only downside, really the downside that people complain about with the Apple Watch is that you got to charge it so often. And for me, that hasn't really been a huge issue. There are times where I will forget to charge it, and I'll need, like, because I really want it for sleep overnight. And I will, like, normally I will charge it during the day, like when I'm sitting at the desk like this, because I'm like, I'm not moving or anything. I don't need to track anything. So I'll charge it for a bit until it gets to 100%, and then I'm good to go for the rest of the evening into the next day. But like in the worst case scenarios, I throw it on the charger really quick so that I can get up to like, it doesn't take long to charge it either, to get like a decent amount of battery in it. So it's really not a huge issue for me. The only thing is sometimes is like it gets a little uncomfortable, but like I can swap the bands that you use on it. I just keep losing them. It's part of the problem. Happy to answer any Garmin related questions for you off stream. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, my big thing is like I haven't looked into the Garmin one yet, actually, since my brother-in-law was telling me about it over the PTO, the vacation I just took. Links of the day. Never heard of him. Okay, Frackberg. So I need to look into it more. But yeah. So anywho, and in case you're wondering why am I thinking about this, wondering about this, is because I think I shared this on a past stream, but my heart rate kept dropping below 40 while I was sleeping. Like it was happening sporadically since the beginning of the year, basically, and since starting to like exercise more frequently. And then over the July 4th week, I don't know what was going on, but I had like multiple days in a row. So like, because it was happening sporadically, I was like, okay, it's not that big of a deal. I need to be aware of it, but it's not something of concern. And then it happened multiple days in a row, and that kind of scared me a bit, because I'm like, okay, what's going on now? Like it's not sporadic. And then I went to see the cardiologist. They did the EKG and everything looked normal. They were like, okay, we're going to order a couple more tests to do to see. They were like, we're not concerned because, you know, based on your age, the fact that you said you're being more active and exercising more, it's likely benign and not a huge deal. But let's be safe and run some more tests. So I'm waiting to do. I got to do more blood work. I got to schedule that still, actually. I'm getting a Holter monitor that should be coming soon, and then I got to do overnight sleep study at the hospital or clinic that does that. And then I go back in August, where they're going to see all the results of all those 3 tests and see if there's anything that stands out to them, that type of thing. So I'm taking the steps to like check into that. Anyway, the reason I bring that up is I wanted something that maybe could give me more accurate results. And my sister was telling me about the Oura Ring. Cecil, when I was telling him about all this stuff in our weekly calls that he and I have, he mentioned that ring as well. And then the doctor themselves were talking about how some of the sleep studies will use the Oura Ring for people. So anywho, all that to say that since then, I've had it happen where Apple Watch gave me the alert that my heart rate dropped below 40 one more time after that. And then since being on vacation, it didn't drop below 40. It got to 40, but it didn't drop below 40 the entire time I was away. So I don't know. I'm still trying to figure out what is the cause. Like there's got to be something I'm doing. I believe there's something I'm doing that's causing that. Now, while I was away, I didn't exercise as much. I was still active. Like when we went to New York City, I did like 25,000 steps. And then Mrs. Clarkio and I did go to a gym class one time while we were there, and that kicked the hell out. That beat me up pretty good, because it was like and then again, I've gone a long stretch where I haven't gone to do like a gym session where it's like high intensity. So I don't know if it's because I slowed down on the exercising, but I was still active. Maybe that is the true cause of what's going on with me, and it's just a healthy thing. Like it's okay. I don't know. I'm still trying to figure it out. Anyway, I'll keep you all posted on it though, because I think it's interesting. And we'll see. We'll see if we can get to the bottom of it. So anyway, What are your wins of the week, chat? My win of the week, I think we kind of talked about it. Vacation, great time with family and friends, getting to see people, the kids having a blast, them getting to see a lot of family and friends that they haven't of ours, and just having a great time, spending really good quality time with everybody. My sister and their uncle, my brother-in-law, my mom and dad. They got a lot of quality time with them, hanging out with them, going and doing fun activities and stuff like that. So that was really cool to see. And Mrs. Clarkio and I got to go on date night and everything, and it was just very refreshing and good time, like vacation time that we appreciated. The opportunity to be able to do it. So yeah, and happy to be back. Also flew safely, successfully there and back, so feeling good about that. That's a huge win for me because I've gotten older. Many of you know I really don't like flying. It like scares the heck out of me now, and I get really bad anxiety about it. I'm learning more and more that a lot of friends and family that are around the same age-ish, actually not even just that, people that are older, have the same kind of things with flying that I do. So it's kind of, I don't know, refreshing to know that I'm not alone in that like it's also like kind of in the family a little bit too, or like other people that are in similar situations as I am, where they have kids and they notice that as they got older and had kids that they have more of a fear of flying than they did when they were younger. I don't know. Yeah, it's just interesting, but comforting a bit to know that you're not alone. You know what I mean? So, what else? What other wins do we have? I'm glad to be like, a win to me is being back home too. Like I do love being home. I'm a homebody and getting back into the usual routine. So waking up, doing the normal stuff in the mornings, getting the kids ready and off to their activities and stuff like that. I really do enjoy my routine. I love it. I'm very happy and grateful. So that's a win as well. What are your wins of the week? Let me know in the chat. If you don't know what that is, exclamation point WOTW to find out more. But the short of it is, like, think back on the past week or 2 weeks, since it's been 2 weeks since we've streamed, and share and think of something positive that happened. Don't dwell on the negative as much. Don't be naive and ignore the negative. I'm not saying that, but I'm saying try not to focus so much on the negative. Get yourself in a good headspace. Look for the positive in things. That's the idea. Freude. All right. So there you go. Thank you for the question, Rugman, about how was vacay. It was great. How have you all been? What's been happening? Did you miss me? Did you? Maybe not. Rugmat says, win of the week. I got Wordle in 1 the other day. That is freaking awesome. Congrats on that, and thank you for sharing, Rugmat. Oh, I jumped ahead a little bit. I see Sean had a win of the week. I survived. This was a rough week. I'm very sorry to hear that, Sean. I'm very sorry to hear that, and I hope you have a relaxing weekend, and next week is better for you, bud. But I'm glad you survived. Congrats on that. Good job getting through it, and thank you for sharing, Sean. Frackberg says, getting those low BPM alerts is how I know my cycle training is going well. You're getting that too then, Frackberg? Are you getting it while you sleep? Is that what you seen the same kind of pattern happening? What's been your experience, Frackberg, if you don't mind sharing? Sean says, wait, you were gone? Yes, I was gone. Why I have been hanging out here on Fridays. Thanks, Sean. Appreciate that. Frackberg win of the week is also loss of the week. Thing 2 has found an apartment and is moving out. I'm proud of him, but also wait, don't go. Aw, yeah. I hear you, man. Frackberg says, yes, I get them when I'm training regularly. Really? Like, how low do you go? How low do you go, Frackberg? Like, one time it got as low as 36 on me. But most of the time it's like just below. It's like 38, 39. And the thing with the Apple Watch is it won't alert you unless your heart rate drops below 40 for 10 minutes or more. So it tries its best not to be like, oh, it's like a quick blip. It's like, because you know what I mean? Like, it can't be. It's likely, like, if I'm moving around, I'm wearing it on my wrist, right? Like, I could be moving around in my sleep and it might not get the most accurate reading at all times of the night type of thing. So what they do, I believe, is they make it so that it has to be getting that reading for 10 minutes or more before it actually generates the alert, you know? Frackwork says, last year when I was prepping for my big ride, I was regularly under 35. Wow, okay. How have I not brought this up on stream before? How have we not talked about this already, Frackberg? Or did we and I'm just forgetting? And I'm a dodo for forgetting. So maybe it's just a healthy heart. Sean says, I swore you two talked about this. Okay. I think I'm just a dodo and I'm forgetting. I don't know. I can't remember this morning. Me neither, Frackberg. So we got low BPMs together and we can't remember stuff together. So good for us. You know? Oh man. Well, that's also reassuring to know. I thought about, cause I think I mentioned this on stream too. I thought about asking people that are in the same gym classes with me and Mrs. Clarkio at times. I see them wearing different, you know, fitness tracking devices. And I thought about asking other people like, hey, what's been your experience with tracking that stuff? Like using the fitness tracker, do you wear it overnight? Do you track your heart rate with it overnight? And then do you get alerts about it dropping below 40? Because I've been getting that and I'm curious, like, Sean says, and I'm over here walking on my treadmill this morning while on stream / working. Hey, good for you, man. Get your steps in, get your movement in, stay active. That's all you got to do too, folks. Just stay active, stay healthy. So big props, Sean, for doing that. Fracker says, in my case, my training's around endurance cycling. When I talked to my doc, he said it's very normal for my form of exercise. Okay. Well, so for me, it's a class that's an hour long, and I usually go twice a week. As you all know, that's been like my goal. Unfortunately, that streak has been broken because of various things, like I was getting sick and whatnot. But I have been making up the classes, if you will, where I would go like 3 times a week instead of the usual 2, trying to do that. I think I missed 1 this year, basically. So I lost out on 1 class. But the way I kind of look at that is, since it's a monthly membership thing, it just means that the classes I did take costed a few dollars more versus me losing out on the dollars for that class. You know? I don't know. Anyway, because basically what I do is I pay for 8 classes a month so that I could go twice a week type of thing. So, it's an hour-long class. I go twice a week, typically. And it's split into 2. Like, half of it is running training and cardio type of training on the treadmill, which is like, I would say is kind of high intensity because you fluctuate. This is what keeps it interesting and fun for me and wanting to keep going. It's like a team thing. So I feel like I'm back in sports and like we have a coach that's like telling us what to do and we're going through the drills, right? And so I feel like I'm back in my sports years again. Being on a team, and there's just that resonates with me versus me paying for a gym membership where it's just me going on my own and it's all up to me to like figure out what to do and when to do it. And anytime I've done that, it always leads to me just kind of putzing around, you know, checking out my phone, reading shit, listening to shit, and instead of doing what I should be doing and staying focused and like training, you know. So anyway, we do 30 minutes on the treadmill. There's treadmills, there's rowers, and then there's weights. And you cycle around those things, basically. You could do cycling there, too, actually. Frackberg, by the way. For folks that like don't want to run on a treadmill, they want to, I don't know, maybe they got knee problems or something like that, or they just prefer cycling. So the treadmill stuff, it's like a lot of, sometimes it's endurance where it's like, okay, you're going to run for 20 minutes straight or something like that, see how far you can get, and it's like a challenge like that. Other times it's like a up and down, like you've run as hard as you can type of thing for a minute straight, and then you do like a, you know, like a average pace type of thing, and then you can go to, you know, walking recovery, stuff like that. And then there's rowers. You do that quite a bit, which also can be kind of endurance-y, like how many meters can you row under a certain period of time, that type of thing. And then there's strength training, right, where it's like they have the dumbbells and you're doing all kinds of stuff, You're doing shoulder presses, you're doing biceps, you're doing triceps, you're doing abs, core workout, you're doing squats and lunges, and it's like a full body strength training workout type of thing, all in an hour, right? So it's like you're boom, 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 with like a little bit of rest in between. I mean, you have the option, like you could stop if you want, like nobody's getting on you, like keep going, you know. I mean, they try to be motivational a little bit, the coaches, but generally speaking, it's you do what you want to do type of thing, whatever you feel comfortable. But to me, like I'm there, I'm paying for this too, and I'm like, I want to get better. I don't want to just go through the motions like I would if I was just going to a gym by myself, and I have somebody there kind of telling me to do this. So I'm going to try and do it to the best of my ability. So, so I don't know. Would you I kind of consider that like high intensity endurance-y type of training, but also it's only twice a week for an hour. So I don't know. It likely is something that's factored into, it likely is a factor that's contributing to the low BPM, but I want to make sure there's nothing else going on, since I've had other heart scares in the past that thankfully ended up just being scares. But I'm like, I don't know. It's just like once that happened, I'm constantly thinking like something's up with my heart. I'm constantly feeling like I have a chest pain too. I don't know. I got problems. Don't we all? No one expects the chubby guy to have a low heart rate. Hey, oh, is that in reference to a conversation you're having in there? Okay. Crackbook says, in my case, my training is around endurance cycling. When I read that already. That said, it's fun to relax when having my pulse taken and drop down under 40 to mess with the nurses. Really? I didn't know you could do that during the day, Frackberg. That's wild that you have that level of control. No one expects it. I get you. Okay, now I see that message. I don't do a lot of high intensity. The majority of my riding is low intensity with a lot of volume. Okay, I got you. Yeah, all right. Well, that's comforting to hear and reassuring to hear. Frackberg. Fracky boy. What else is going on? So in terms of like what I worked on, anybody else that's there, drop your wins of the week in the chat. Would love to hear what's happened. It's been 2 weeks, folks. So you all had to have had something positive, but no pressure. I mean, you do you share what you feel comfortable sharing, or stay quiet if you like. But I love hearing all the good stuff that's happening in your worlds. So keep them coming. If you got more, if you think of some later, let me know. Okay, somebody just got back to me. At work. I'm all caught up on work stuff, although I have a bunch of Slack things to like look at, but they're not like urgent things. It's just stuff for me that I am curious about, that what chatter has been happening at work while I was gone. Speaking of work, shout out to Snyk, SNYK.io, the developer and AI security platform. The videos have been doing okay. I would say a win is I got 3 videos recorded before going on this extended vacation. I'm very proud of that. And while I was gone, lots of stuff was announced and happened. I took notes of it too, so that I can make videos on them when I come back. So starting next week, it's going to be the first thing I jump into. What did I write down here? GitHub Spark went full on release. I did a video on that in the past, and I was not impressed with it. In the sense of it seemed it was in limited preview or whatever it was, and so in all fairness, it didn't have a lot of it fully baked out yet. Two, like it really felt like it was meant for people that are not developers. But in my mind, like your GitHub, you really are for developers, and you need to like add in these features that are for developers to compete with the other tools that are doing this sort of thing, where it's like UI based AI that builds the app for you. Like there's Lovable, there's Bolt New, I think there's another one, and then like GitHub Spark. So if you're going to be competing in that space of the AI software development type of thing, then you really need to like have capabilities where developers can tinker with the code more than what they were offering. I think it always focused on using React for the front end. Some people may not want that type of thing. I'm just kind of vaguely recalling what I covered in that video last time I experienced the GitHub Spark several months ago. So anyway, I'm excited to check that out again and see where it's at with this full 1.0 release. Then there's Amazon's Cairo. I don't know how they say it. It's their new agentic IDE. So, all right, Frackberg, enjoy. Mental note: send Sneak support a message to not allow Clarkio to go on vacation ever again. It's funny you say that. My boss messaged me jokingly just the other day. He's like, dude, don't go away for such long breaks. Never approving your PTO again. I miss you. I was like, don't worry, I'll be back home. But it gave me a good laugh. So I think my boss agrees with you, Frackberg. Didn't someone already find a way to make the Amazon one inject malicious code or whatever? Yes, that's also a good point. I saw that they like poisoned the model so that it would. They intentionally did it to where it was like something benign, but it was like just to demonstrate the possibility that somebody could have done this with more. And because what they did, it was all open source. So somebody merged in some ethical hacker, if you will, created some brand new fresh GitHub account and opened up a PR against Amazon. Was it? I think it was Amazon's, right? Proof of concept, of course, is shown. Yeah. It was against Amazon's tool or IDE. Was it the IDE? Yeah, I think it was the IDE, the Kiro one. And I wonder if I can find the article actually on it. Amazon Kiro hack. Oh, it's Amazon Q. AI tool for data erasing attacks exposing risks. Yeah, Amazon Q. Well, there's Q, and then what's Kiro? I just took quick notes when I would see the news pop into my feeds. I'd be like, oh, I wouldn't read too much into them. I was just browsing like in downtime or a few minutes here and there, and I'd be like, oh, this is important or interesting that I need to check into when I get back to work.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Huggins 7278.
What's up, Huggins? And good to see you. Happy Friday. What's your win in the week if you got one? And then you said Kiro is their cursor alternative. Okay, yeah. Which, yeah, it's interesting that they're jumping into that space. Then I saw the other thing where there was the Replit news. Did you hear about that one, Sean and folks? There was a guy that's not very technically inclined, like software engineering type thing, but he's.
Thanks for joining today,
Hey, Frank. Good to see you, buddy. What's your win of the week if you got one to share? There was a story about a guy that was using Replit like exclusively to. He's like an entrepreneur type, and he's like, hey, I just want to build out some business, and he did successfully, but then I don't know, Replit, like, even though he told Replit like, hey, I want to do a code freeze, don't change anything, he was like maybe in like a planning phase type of thing, and then Replit went and like deleted his freaking database on him or something like that, his production database. So there's that. But yeah, I've been taking notes of all the cool stuff that's been coming out with AI while I was gone. I mean, every day. Oh, Amazon Q CLI. I wrote that down, and then Amazon Kiro, GitHub Spark. I also want to check out Better Auth. I've been seeing a couple people talk about it. I know CJ over at Syntax had checked it out, and I think Scott and Wes were talking about it too. I didn't watch their stuff yet. I wanted to just get like a raw experience myself before jumping into it. But it sounds like from their titles and thumbnails and stuff like that that it's like really good, and it's like a good iteration on authentication and authorization that has a lot baked into it already for you, so that you don't have to roll your own auth, which I'm a huge proponent of. So that's why I'm of interest on it. I don't know if I'll make a video on that, but I want to check it out. And then based on our last stream, I'll catch up on that in a second. Based on our last stream, there was quite a few folks in the stream before I left on vacation that was asking about my workflow when I'm using AI agents in an existing project. So I thought it'd be cool to make a video about that too. So I got quite a few videos in the queue. So anyway, that's all that. Sean says, I've had a rep for Windsurf pinging me via LinkedIn trying to get me to use it. That is interesting. To that level, like they're going to ping you? That's kind of wild to me. Frank says, yes, deleted database. Says Sean.
Thanks for joining today, Shawkeyes 1.
What's up, Shocky? Good to see you, buddy. But before I jump ahead, Frank said, win of the week, I started at my new job. That's freaking awesome to hear, Frank. Congrats, man. Super happy to hear that. If you're comfortable sharing, I'd love to hear where you're going, what you're going to do. Let us know, Frank. If not, we can chat. We can chat off stream. Huggins says, I think they also have a very generous free tier. Amazon? Okay, yeah. I got to look into it more. Again, I took all these notes while I was away on all the stuff that was going on there. Shocky says, speaking of AI tooling, Cursor asked to run. Oh, yes, I did see. Speaking of, some of the things that I've been keeping up with at work, I was just chatting about that, Shocky, is that, where was I going with that? Shoot, I just blanked on it. I was just saying how I've been keeping up with like all the AI news, like the stuff that happened with the model poisoning and things like that. But anyway, I did see you talking about how Cursor asked you to run RMRF on your machine like that. That's crazy.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Alka.
Alka! Oh my goodness, good to see you. Welcome in, Alka. Alka, Shocky, everybody that's popping in, if you'd like, please share a win of the week with us. Let us know. That's kind of where we're at right now in the segment. That's the segment we're in the show, in the stream today. If you don't know what that is, I think most of you do though. But exclamation point WOTW in the chat. Frank says I'll be cleaning the bathroom at Google. Hey, there's nothing wrong with that. Sean says, I mean the windsurf got screwed over by Google, so I'm sure they are in a panic. That was, yeah, that's what I was thinking of from, I think, what Shock, I don't know. That's where my mind jumped to when I saw Shocky's message too, was that while I was out, all that was going on too. For folks that don't know, there's a lot of like talent poaching that's been going on. I mean, prior to that happening, what was it? Facebook has been trying to steal people from OpenAI. And then OpenAI was supposed to buy Windsurf, right? If I'm keeping all the stories straight in my mind. And then that deal fell through. No, they're supposed to buy Windsurf. That deal fell through, and then a lot of the top talent at Windsurf has since gone to Amazon. Yes? Or Google. I think it was Google. Yeah, it was Google. Huggins says, no, Better Auth, I probably butchered the name. No Better Auth? Are you doing a play on words there? Sean says Google. Google took their CEO, etc. Okay, yeah. Frank says, nah, I'm joining Rika.ai as a dev advocate. That's awesome. Here, let me look them up. Rika. Invention Intelligence. We deliver complete multimodal AI solutions from visual intelligence platforms for video editing and search to state-of-the-art web agents for researching complex questions. Am I pronouncing it correctly, Frank? Rika or Reka? Multimodal modular made for you. Looks cool. Ooh. Search across millions of videos or images using natural language, summarize long videos, detect complex events from camera footage to trigger live alerts. This could be handy. One system, infinite possibility. We gotta chat some more about this, Frank. Not necessarily on stream, but well, I think both are good. Yeah. Oh, you think the pronunciation I was saying. Okay. That sounds interesting, Frank. Open source by design too. That's sweet. Congrats, Frank. This is awesome, dude. I'm very, very happy to hear that. That's pretty quick turnaround. That's good. That's good to see and hear. Seems like you didn't have to, search around for too long, huh? Very happy to hear that, man. That gives me some faith in the market right now, because everybody's always like doom and gloom, especially with AI. that it's taken like engineering based roles and stuff like that from us. But then I see something like that where Frank had a pretty quick turnaround. It felt, I bet it felt like an eternity, but from my perspective, what, that was like a month for you? That's a fast turnaround, Frank, in the grand scheme of things. A month? I'm just kind of guesstimating from when the, like announcement happened and all that too. So that's, regardless, very happy for you, Frank. And thank you for sharing that win of the week. That's an awesome one, man. I'm going to do this again anyway. All right, let's get into Wordle now. Then we'll do Wordle connections and then start working on the words on stream stuff. And I'll catch you all up on what I did a little bit. Again, I made some tiny progress while I was on vacation, working on that. So yes, working on the words on stream tool. Alrighty, sound good? Thank you. I'm doing a little salute like people on stage. Thanks, Frank. All right, Wordle time.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today. Code with CN.
Code with Sean says, help! I'm way too busy. Next week I'm speaking at Cincy Deliver. That's awesome. Congrats on that. The following week I'm speaking at DevUp. Holy moly. Congrats on that. And I'm finishing my part of a second edition of my book due August 1st. And today I'm now employee of client I had for, oh my gosh. You got a lot going on, sir. Make sure, hey, you need help? Okay. Make sure, just a little. Holy cow. Well, what are you doing here, Coach Sean? Go focus, dude. Don't let me distract you. But congrats on all that. That's awesome to hear. I'm assuming that's kind of your win of the week. I'm assuming, right? That's kind of your win of the week there? Either way, congrats. That's awesome to hear, Sean. I got to come see my Pete. I appreciate that. Kind of, yeah. All right. Cool. All right. Well, you're joining just in time because we're going to do Wordle, then connections, and then I'll get words on stream going. All right. We always start with chart. Round. Oh no. It's been just yesterday, I think it was. I got it in 3 for the first time in a long time. I've been doing so poorly on this. Morph. Screw it, I'm sending it. Oh. All right. Chat, you're getting a point again. All right, so it ends in R. Lover. Okay, getting closer. Joker? Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. This one was Rough Rackberg? Oh boy. Joker was a good guess. Thanks. What else could it be? Like something. Oh, like booger? Boger? Foyer? Oh no. Could it be boxer? Oh no. It could be boxer. It could be foyer. It could be. I think it's only those two. Those are the only two options. My instinct was foyer. I feel like I've guessed boxer in the past before and that's already been used. But I don't know for sure. It's obviously farts. Thanks, Frackberg. I'm going foyer. Oh, man. It wasn't even boxer. It's gopher? No, my goodness. I failed on stream and You all get 3. This is a first, I think. I think this is a first. It's not a first time I've failed. This is the first I failed on stream, right? Anyone remember? Maybe first this year. I think it's first ever. Oh, that one stings. I'm just going to write ouch. Ouch. Right? Well, you know what? It's good timing because I'm feeling real fresh and good from vacation. Oh my goodness. I don't think there's any coming back. I have to get so many in a row. I'm down 10. Where is it? I'm down 10 right now, chat. This is not good. For me. For you, it's great, chat. You're doing fantastic. So what does that put you? 21 now, right? Because it's 3. I fail to guess the word. The community chat gets 3 points. Why did I do this? Lifetime, you're at 46. Oh my gosh. And what's today? July 25th? Yikes, Batman. Oh, wait, did I not save that? Yeah, I didn't save it. Save. Yikes, Batman. Well, congrats, chat. Very happy for you. Yeah, punks. Last year was competitive. I know. Last year was competitive. This year, not so much. You don't remember a failure ever? Run the query? I don't think I'm equipped to run the query right now. It would take me more time to run the query than to just... I don't know. Because I would have to well, even if I ran even if I had a query handy, I would have to figure out if it was a stream day. I don't think I keep track of the date. I don't think I even store the date when we add a new entry in the database. I think I just stored the entries and that's it. It's like the Wordle number and the score, if I recall correctly. And then there's like an ID, right? So I had _O_ER on guess 2, and I really assumed I wasn't going to get it. Yeah, you managed to. Rugman says just mod the number by 7 and check if it equals 6. All right, Rugmat, I'm just gonna set you up to do it. All right, let's play connections together. I need something to get my mind off of that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right. Man, that's a bummer. All right, what do we got here? Is this going to be another... Is this just going to round out the awfulness for today? Secret, private? Nope. That's... You can't see the bottom right. Why is that? I don't understand. What's wrong? Is there... What is it? Oh, my face is a problem? What do we got? We got mother, mom, ma. Mary? Nope. That's not it either. They're just trying to trick us. They're trying to. Quiet, private, secret. Mum, quiet. Oh, mum, quiet, secret, private. I'm trying that. Yeah, hush, hush. Okay, we got that one. We got that one. Rugman says, I don't remember a failure ever. Yeah. I mean, I've failed definitely off stream. I don't think I've failed on stream. That was the first. That was either first or second time. Mark it in the books, the history books. All right. In ma, okay. Oh, 4-letter words. I don't believe it. You mean 2-letter words? I don't know about that. Fair, foul, out, ball. Baseball. Baseball calls. You're right, and I don't believe it. Mother may I. Mother Mary. Mary Mother. Are these related? Is this like a religious thing? Are these just U.S. states? Indiana, Ohio, Oklahoma, Massachusetts? I think so. I'm gonna send it. State review. So what is it? What is this? This is like a nursery rhyme or something? I feel like it's a nursery rhyme. Well, I was right for the wrong reason. Yeah, exactly, Sean. Like, those are all 2-letter words. Alright, I think this is like a nursery rhyme or something. Queen bed, queen bee, queen Mary, queen mother. I hate how it goes away so quick. Let me see this. So it's queen mother, queen bee, queen bed, queen Mary, and queen mother. I'm not too sure about those two. I don't think I would have ever gotten that had I not got the other connections before. All right, thanks for your help with that though, chat. We're moving right along. Now we're gonna get into words on stream. If you are new here or not new here and you enjoy playing Wordle connections, words on stream, I highly encourage you to join the Discord.
Come in and thanks for joining today, Sean.
You could join the Discord by using the ! Discord command, or go straight to the link, which is going to be clarkio.com/Discord. clarkio.com/Discord. I'll show you right now, actually, how that works really quick. clarkio.com/Discord. And that'll give you the invite to join the Discord. It'll redirect you. Bada bing, bada boom. I don't know why you need to enter a date of birth, though. That's weird. Huh. But that's how it works. All right, on that note, though, we are going to get into building out more of... Building out more of... this thing over there. Words on Stream Helper Tool. WoS Assist Tool. What I was last working on.
Thanks for joining today, SMC_May_I.
There you are, May. Oh my, a surprise. I had a dead battery and was out to get it fixed. Like a dead battery in your car? Well, I'm glad to hear you got that all sorted out, May. And it's good to see you. Happy Friday. Do you have a win of the week? Let us know in the chat. We'd love to hear. If not, no worries. In your truck. Oh my goodness. Sean says, all right, 7 way to make a call. Be back in a minute. All right, have a good call, Sean. Rugman says something like select star, that name Clarkio and S attempts. Yeah. Alka says, so what does it do? All right, give me just a second. I will explain that. Let me catch up a little bit more on chat here. What I'm missing. There was a ship named Queen Mary, Coach Sean? Okay. Good afternoon, Sean Pence. Good to see you. We got 3 different Seans in the chat now. You just rounded it out. How's it going, Sean Pence? It's good to hear from you. See you. Happy Friday. What's your win of the week if you got one to share? May says, win of the week, got a new battery for my truck. Congrats on that. Thank you for sharing, May. Round of applause. Double applause. All right, Alka. So what it does is, first of all, you need to know, do you know about the Words on Stream, the game? WoS? This thing? Basically, it's a stream game made by the folks over at... Oh man, why don't they show their name on here, the developers behind this? I just realized that. They show you at the end of the round when you lose. I forget the website. In any case, it's a stream game that lets viewers participate with the streamer in making words out of the letters that are shown on the screen, and you level up each level.
Thanks for joining today,
Ayush, all the familiar names popping in. Love to see it.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
How's it going, Ayush? What's your win of the week? If you got one to share, let us know. Prices increased double from when I bought a battery in 2020. Yeah, yep, that is a bummer. A bummer about that. So anyway, the tool I made helps make this approachable without giving you answers, essentially. That's the idea behind it. Because if you're new to the game Words on Stream, it can be quite intimidating or overwhelming, and you're not quite sure how things are flowing and whatnot. So I built this tool that you see next to it. I'll blink it one more time. Like building that thing above it, that little square above there, where it says Made by Clarkio. And what it does is it helps you get acquainted with the flow of the game. It also, basically what happened is, to give you full background and context, I was playing Words on Stream, and I would jump into other streamers' Words on Stream and notice how the community around this game would work with each other, and they would do certain things in the chat.
Thanks for joining today, SMC Mai. An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Thanks for watching over on YouTube as well, May. So I noticed some of the techniques that they would use in the chat, and then I also, there's a certain level you get to where the answers are actually hidden. You don't get to see what was already guessed. So what I would do as the host of it is I would open up Notepad on my screen here so that people can see, and I would look at the Twitch chat, see who just got one correct. Like, let's say it was May that answered one correctly and it was hidden on the board. Then I would paste it and put it, or type it out and put it into the Notepad. So I was like, instead of me doing this manually, why don't I build a tool that will do that automatically? And that's how that kind of really started from this. And then it's evolved into adding more features that was requested by folks in the community. So that's the very long-winded way of explaining what it does. Alka. Thank you for asking too. So, and we got quite a few people, a couple other streamers that use it now too, like Dylan. And I think there was one or two other people that May and Dylan mentioned that they've seen using the tool as well. So it's cool. So it's fun. I mean, I'm glad to see that, but I'm also building it really because I'm enjoying building it, and I'm enjoying adding things that are making it helpful to use along with this. The latest feature we had worked on was at the end of the round, whenever we have words that because like on the board, it shows you a bunch of different slots that's for each word that should be found for that level. And a lot of times we don't clear the board and get all the words. So I'm always like, what word do we miss? And I wish it was a feature that was built into the game itself, but it's not. So I have built out a feature of my tool that does that at the end of a round, so that you can be like, okay, how did I miss that word? That's a word I know. Or you learn of new words that you weren't aware of before. So there's that. So,
the ad is starting now.
All right, we'll let the ad run.
180 seconds.
I'll get WoS going while the ad's running, I guess, for now. Let me get the mirror link for you all too. To get a better idea of what it does, we're going to just play. So there's the mirror link if you want more quick updates in the game instead of waiting for the stream delay to show the updates on the board. You can use that. I'm going to pin it. And we'll go from there. I'm going to try and make it a little bit more visible. Should be good. Oh, I gotta refresh that, I guess. There we go. Now it's working. All right, so it shows you the letters without them rotating. It'll show you once we figure out what the hidden and fake letters are. It'll show that. Once we figure out the big word, which I think I refreshed it too late, it'll show the big word up there too.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Rugmatbutt.
Hey, Rugmatbutt. And all that stuff. Alrighty. We'll play this until the ad's over. Actually, I think the ads are done. No, we got a few seconds left with that. All that, and I think Alka probably got caught up in the ad there. Alka, are you back from the ad? Did you get to see my explanation or no? All right, let's see which words did we miss. Whoa. Ads are still playing for you? Should have been three words missed, but I see a bunch on there. Ads are done now? Okay, thanks, Rugmat. Ooh, nice. Let's see if it gets all this right, too. Screen froze for 12 seconds with bads. Oh, wow. Interesting, May. I mean, some people... So Ayush in chat asked, is this a cheat? I don't see it in that way, obviously, but I'm going to be biased. Clear! There we go. We got a clear sound, too, when we clear the board. I don't feel it is a cheat in the sense that it's not giving you answers for the words to guess with the letters that are on the board. However, it does make it so that the letters don't rotate. It does reveal the guesses once you get to level 19 or higher. So, and some people don't like that, or, you know, some people that are like words on stream purists, I would say, probably don't like that, you know? So I guess it depends on who you ask, Ayush. I think if you were in competitive words on stream on your channel, then you shouldn't be using this tool. Let me put it that way. If you're playing just for fun and you're not trying to like beat a world record or something like that, then this is totally like fine. Like, it's just a free game that people play on Twitch and YouTube streams. So it's for fun, you know? All right, we got one 4-letter word. Clear! Clear! We got the double clear sound going there. Ooh. Mrs. Clarkio hooked me up. She got me an acai bowl. I was just thinking too. I'm like, I might step away to go grab something. And then she came walking over, big smile on her face. Look at this. I'm like, thanks. Oh man, it's got. All right, let me tell you what's in it. Well, it's got like the normal, like acai frozen smoothie fruits in it, and then strawberries, granola, banana, and my favorite, peanut butter. Yeah, she likes me. Just a little bit. I'm so worried I'm going to spill this on me though. I gotta work on the layout. I don't like that it's word wrapping like that. Probably because of this. Something to do with the layout. Oh, we failed! Oh, see what it does when it shows you. It's made by Funocracy? No. What is the company that made this? I forget. Actually, I think if I just go to wos.gg. On Ryzen TV. Shout out to them for that. They make a bunch of games that you can play on stream. I don't know. How do they make money? Look, you can even play on Fire TV. That's crazy. How do they make money? Like ads or something? There's no ads on this page. There's no ads in the game. Does anybody know? Maybe they have some games that are paid? Yeah, see, these are all the games they make. They share your data? Maybe. Maybe, Frank. How it works. Anyway, they make all these cool games. Save the deal, emote search, words on stream, Gartic stream, Gartic show. Oh, challenge them to guess what you're drawing? That's a cool idea. Stream pairs. And then some more games coming soon, I guess. And by share, I mean sell, of course. Yeah, for brands. What do they do here? Chat integrated games can take your ads to the next level. This is probably how they make money with brands. They build customized assets for their games. That's what it is. So they take the existing games and then tailor it to a brand. That must be it. They also do it in other languages too. So that's it. That's how they make money. That's pretty cool that they do all this for free for, you know, us regular people. And then companies and brands can go over here and partner with them that way. So there you go. All right, let's keep playing though. I wonder if we can talk to them to... Thank you, Rugmat. These people have a bajillion games and I can't program. Hello, world. Yes, you can. Alka says, like, these games are their portfolio. Oh, do they do any development for anyone else? No, I don't think so. Ayush says it has to be a data collection company. I don't know, Ayush. I mean, I'm not going to rule that out and say no, but it doesn't seem that way. Alka, by the way, did you get caught in ads when I was explaining what the tool does? Let me know. Or did you get to hear it? Did you have any other questions around it? I had to run to get food and then I ate my food. Oh. So basically this game that we're playing, Words on Stream, the tool to the, that I'm going to flash on screen here. That one right there. I built that out. You can watch the VOD. No, I can talk about it while everybody plays. So the idea is to make the game a little bit more approachable. But really what sparked it was when you get to level 19 and higher in this, you don't see people's answers on the screen behind me like that or over on the far left over there. And it just shows question marks until you reach a certain time in the game, then it will reveal them all. And what I was doing whenever I was eating lunch, we were playing this game. And then when we reached that level, in order for us to do better, what I would do is I would open up Notepad and then I would look at the chat and I would see who just got an answer correct, look what they guessed, and then put that in the Notepad so that everybody can see what was already guessed. And I was like, why don't I just automate that with a tool? And then that led to me building out this thing and then adding more features to it. So that's the background behind it. But I'm on a lunch break now, speaking of. Are you tapping into any sockets or does it run on chat commands? So this game behind the scenes has WebSockets running. And then I use your TMI.js to look at the chat as an anonymous user. And then when we get to that level, so basically when the event on the game socket raises the event that somebody guessed something correctly with the username, the Twitch username, I correlate that to your TMI WebSocket messages that are happening. And I say, okay, for instance, what did Deparvin just guess or Rugmat just guess in the Twitch chat? And then I link those together. Now, by default, at these lower levels, when that event gets raised by the game itself, it does show you the answer that they have. But when it gets to the higher levels where they're hidden, it shows me just question marks as the letters for the word that like Rugmat just guessed. And so that's why I have to lean on that. You have a new package now? Oh, I gotta switch to it then. You know what's funny? Since you're very familiar with WebSockets, this game, I use the Socket.io client, but I have to use like Socket.io version 2 because the game is like using an older protocol of WebSockets. Is the game socket basically open? Yeah, it's open access. Anybody can tap into it. I'll see if I can show you real quick. Right here. And then you just look at all the messages here. So what I did was they always raise this event type 3, but then there's a secondary event type 12, 3, 4. Those are different events. Those signify different events in the game. And so then I correlated all those to like what they actually mean by watching what happened in the game and then wrote some logic around that. Streamlabs supports Socket.io too as well. Oh wow, I didn't know that, Alco. So there you go. There you go, Ayush, for your question. Anybody can, all you need to know is the socket ID basically. No, not, is it the socket ID? You need to know the game ID, which is in that mirror link I was sharing with you, like this right here. right? So like if you use just the GUID that they generate here for it, then I forget how I connect to it, but I think you really just need that to connect. Well, we could look at the code. I don't think I have it open yet. Hold on. Hold on a second. Believe in yourself. All right, where are we? WoS worker. So this is where I correlated all the events to different names. I named the events myself. And then the connection for it. Where am I doing the connection for it? I think it's in the helper. Our event processors. Oh. Load what? It's gotta be this, right? Ever heard of a switch statement? Yes. Where was it? Maybe it's all the way at the end. Oh yeah, look at all this commented out code. There's TMI, buddy. For folks that don't know, well, I don't want to put you on the spot, Alka. But Alka made the library. It's very popular. TMI.js. WebSocket. Here we go. Okay, so you just can. Well, that's what it is. You connect to. This is where the WebSocket runs. And you pass in the game code, which is that GUID. You put that in as the query. And that's it. All right, Sean. Good luck with the meetings. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend if we don't see you. What else did I miss in chat? You maintain the Twitch chat library. Yep. Wait, not TMI? I thought it was TMI, Alka. Am I wrong? Am I mixing you up with somebody else then? Forgetting? Okay, yeah. Do you officially work for Twitch now, or is that what you're saying? Okay. Oh, your new package is at TMI.js chat. It's all TypeScript, nice. But it could use some work. It's only on version 0.4.1. I got you. Well, knowing you, I'm sure it's in great shape already, even at that version. How do I open this? I add a little more granola here. Twitch staff have the Twitch staff icon next to their name usually. Yeah. Oh, I got you. All right, we missed. This is the thing we keep testing out, though. It said total empty slots 1. Ired was the word that was missed, and only Ired shows up in here. So that's good. We're looking good. I wonder how many words are we at now? Go back up to the top. 9,526 words. Doing good. I thought we reached like all words possible. Oh, speaking of, so even when I was gone, I was running the tool a little bit on a couple other streams that are doing words on stream. And I learned I got banned for the first time. I think it's the first time I ever got banned from a channel before. Did you give the... And I wasn't chatting either. Did you give the word count at the beginning of the stream? I did not. I did give it yesterday. I'm not going to say... Basically, it's another words on stream streamer. I'll tell you that much about it. But I don't want to call attention to them or anything like that. Like, I don't know why. I'm assuming it's because of the tool. And I think it's because they're like purists of the... whether a tool like this should exist or not. Which is fine. You know, like... everybody's going to have their own opinion on this stuff and whether they like it or not. But they had not, like, I had chatted with them in the past before when I was first building the tool, and anywho, out of nowhere it felt like, because I would just like, I would sit in the channel sometimes when I'm not streaming and like I wanted to play words on stream, and I would just play words on stream a bit, and then, or I would just like lurk in that channel and other channels running the tool against the the words on stream mirror link, and then out of nowhere it was like, hey, you're not allowed to chat in this channel anymore. And I was like, what happened? Oh yeah, man, I got banned in... They have 2 channels, as I'm sure you're aware of, and I got banned from both. Originally it was just the one, and then the other one got banned as well. So I didn't violate any rules. I know, like, I had chatted with them very early on about the tool, and they were like, they were very kind about their discussion around the tool, but they were very much against it because they were worried about, basically, this other streamer that streams words on stream quite a bit. They've run into people that are doing like malicious things. Like, that channel tends to go for like world records on the game, like to get to the highest level ever possible with the community, and they've had people come in and troll and try to like crash the game or like cause it to, you know, just stop them and make them fail essentially from reaching their own record on their channel, which sucks that happens. So I think as a result of that, they're highly resistant to anything around this that changes the game from how it's just naturally played and built to be played. So in any case, they were like, hey, that's cool. You know, they were cool about it, and they were like, it's cool and all that you built this tool, but I don't want you kind of promoting it in my channel or anything like that. And I was like, okay, yeah, no worries. Like, I wasn't trying to do that. In fact, other people were trying to like say, hey, what if we share it with other streamers that are doing this stuff? So in any case, I have to this day respected that and have not promoted my channel, which I wouldn't do anyway in any channel. And I have not promoted the tool because my objective with the tool is not to make it more widely used. It's just to make it better for me. So I could care less. I could not care less whether people are using it or not. It's cool to see, and it makes me happy that other people are liking it and using it, but my objective is for me and the community here when they want to play words on stream on my channel. So anyway, I suspect that I got banned because they don't like that I'm still working on this tool and like using it, and other people are starting to like it and use it as well. So I think that might be the reason why. I don't know for sure though, and I'm not going to bother them or contact them about it because that's their choice that they wanted to make. But it's super interesting to me because I'm pretty sure this is the first time I've ever gotten banned from a stream that I was like actively participating in. Because there are other people that just ban channels. There's a way to like look it up, right? I think there's a service out there where you can see what channels you're banned in or not. Oh, it's cold. That was a cold bite. Anyway, it was weird. It was a weird feeling realizing that I got banned, but I totally respect it, and you know, that's their choice. It is what it is. It's kind of a bummer, but oh well. All right, what happened on that one? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Oh, I need to add the scroll in there too. Failed by 1 point. Oof. Oof. All right, what did I miss in chat while I was talking through that too? That streamer also does a payout. Maybe that factors in. Oh, what do you mean? I'm not aware of that, May. A payout in what regard? Alka says, I have a bot that has some broken join/leave logic, and it's ended up getting banned by a few channels. I just haven't had the time to fix that behavior. Yeah. There you go. There's a good example. Although there's some people that, like, there's bots that are in, like, every possible channel on Twitch, right? Like, what's that one guy's name that made that bot that tracks everything? It's like a Roboto or something like that, or... All right, May. Well, yeah. Don't feel pressure to say it. And Commander Root. That's what I'm thinking of. Yep. God, says Frank and Rugmat Bot. No, Commander Root. Alka. That's who Alka's. And I think Commander Root's probably in the chat right now. Let me see. Or did I ban Commander Root? I think I might have banned Commander Root out of my channel, and that might be why. But there's certain like bots that people make that sit in like every possible stream that's live. Let me know where I can go to see all channels I'm banned in. I forget where it is. I'll have to look it up again. He's an alright guy? Yeah. He creates some pretty cool tools, right? Yeah, May, so just shoot me a message in Discord then, because I'm not aware of how they have it set up to monetize or do payouts for that. If that's the case, that makes even more sense. They wouldn't want me in there. Rugman says, you were lurking, you got banned? Yes, like, basically, one day I was in there, and I was typing answers, just playing the game. Bless you! I was just playing the game along with everybody else, not doing anything else, wasn't chatting with anybody, I was just dropping in word answers. And then I had stopped playing, and I want to say the next day or the day after that is when I went to go back to play again, and I saw I was banned. So, that's how it happened. Alright, I think I'm all caught up on chat then in that regard. We'll shoot a message in Discord, okay. Alright, let's go next round. We have to restart. Sorry, this is probably hard to read too with that like that. There you go, that's better. Oh, is the game broken? What happened here? Oh, there we go. It was like delayed there, huh? This lunch break is taking long because it is so cold. And if I take too many bites at once, it, like, chills my mouth. Get brain freeze.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Royal_Corks.
Riley C. Good to see you. Happy Friday. What's your win of the week? Yeah, I don't know what was going on with it, Rugmat. It happens sometimes. Manure. My fortnight was fantastic. Thank you for asking. How have you been? What's your win of the week if you got one, Marlisi? Alka is someone that I consider a very active developer and very focused on coding all the time. Have you found yourself using AI much? Like, what's been your experience? Or are you still kind of holding back from leveraging that? Or what has been your experience, Alka, if you're there? Really says, been doing well. One of the week went to Germany and back, so that was fun. That's awesome. And you finished your text to speech. Now every notification is read. Found it useful when I'm working and such. Awesome. Congrats on that. Thanks for sharing, Marlisi. What do you all think about if I spun up a separate stream that was 24/7 words on stream? I feel like that way I can run my tool against it and build the dictionary more quickly and just have it always running, you know? Instead of only running it when I'm streaming or when I'm playing off stream. You've seen a lot of people do that. It looks fine. I gotta figure out how to do it. I'm assuming they either run it on their machine at their house 24/7 or... Rugmat says, I find some WoS streams that are like that don't have much engagement. Yeah, I've noticed that too. And then it's always stuck on level 1. You were running the tool 24/7 helps some, right? Yes, definitely, May. Clearly. We jumped the numbers, the dictionary, quite a lot. And it wasn't from me. It must have been from you. So thank you for that, May. You agree? Seen many people doing a separate stream for that? We're up to 9,526, I think, is last I checked. Just yesterday it was 9,501. So we went up like 25 words. Oh, that's awesome to hear, Rugman. Thank you. You ran it on two different streamers? Nice. Don't name them. They might not like it. But honestly, that's why I want to kind of start my own stream for it. So that it's known that that's allowed to be used there. You know what I mean? Yeah, never naming. Create a separate account, Clarkio WoS. I'm almost done, chat. Sorry. It's so good, though. I love the peanut butter clumps. I need to get another napkin, though. I'll be right back. All right, what I missed, chat? Well, we're on level 6. Nice. What is going on, chat? All right, I got a couple more bites anyway. Oh, I'm messing up my keyboard. Thankfully, I haven't gotten any of this on my shorts. All right, Alka said, I've had GitHub Copilot for free since I got into the beta because of the TMI JS repository had enough stars. Nice, okay. I mostly use the normal autocomplete features. I've used the agent mode a couple times to upgrade Chrome extensions that I didn't even make to V3 manifest. Nice. I sometimes ask for help with complex TypeScript errors that are unreadable, and then some. Okay, cool. To be very clear, it was honestly out of curiosity, like, because like I said, I view you as someone that's just kind of like hardcore hands on the keyboard at all times, like even when you're streaming, you know. Whereas like me, on the other hand, I'm a little bit more, you know, people question whether I even code, which, you know I do, and have lots of experience doing via my job and whatnot. But to the average onlooker that might just be getting to know me, they would feel differently, you know. And so because of that, it made me curious on like how knowing how you are as a developer and how you kind of flow through things. I was curious how you might be leveraging AI or not at all. So thank you for sharing. I don't know how I made such a mess. Like I'm a child. Stuff is messy though. You also write a lot of code on CodePen where you don't have an AI assistant, and recently you've been coding on Steam Deck from bed, where I'm using VS Codium without any AI assistant. Oh, see what I mean? You're hardcore, man. I love it. That's freaking awesome. I gotta show you something though, Alco, in a minute. Sean, you gotta go. Have a good rest of your stream / afternoon. Thank you, Sean Pence. Glad to see you hanging out, man. Good to see you. Hope things are going well with you and the family, by the way, too. And catch you around next time. All right, I'm gonna go throw this out. You all can go to the next round. And then we'll jump into... I'm gonna show Alka the stuff I was talking about last stream very briefly, and then we'll get right into working on the tool. You gonna run outside to get a meal real quick? But you're interested? All right. Let me know when you're back, Alka, and I'll talk to you. It's a really brief thing, but it's basically agentic AI that I've been using on this project that I find to be. You talking about how you were coding from bed on the Steam Deck made me think of this, because that's how I feel about some of this agentic AI stuff, and it's impressing me as somebody that's kind of neutral about AI. I would say I'm neutral in the sense of, like, I think there's some bad to it, but I think there can be some good to it, and so forth. But yeah, go do your thing. Just double checking on stuff real quick, chat. All right. Ooh. Sorry about. Instead of laying on his bed, sometimes he lays like right where my feet go, under the desk. I'm like, dude, what are you doing? I think sometimes he just wants the coolness of the floor, you know? Toil, loin, lion, jointly. What you got? Okay, so do I have it up here somewhere? Should be logged into it. Open AI. Hold on, let me double check here. Or chat GPT. Oh, they just add, all right, I got access to agent mode in ChatGPT now. Can now do work on its own computer for me. Yeah, I knew that already though. But that's the thing, it takes screenshots. That's cool. All right. I imagine you probably heard of it already, Alka. But I wanted to show you because you mentioning how you were coding from bed. This makes me feel, we're done with lunch break now. This OpenAI's Codex, which it's not the only one that does this, but it's a cloud-based agentic coding tool. And I go in here, I give it access to a specific repository or multiple repositories, but in this case, the one for this tool. And I tell it, hey, I need you to go do something on this. So let's like do an archive one. Like I started off simple where I was like, hey, just add some logs. I was like, make it so at the end of a level, the tool logs to console the total slots for that level as an example. So then it worked for a minute and 39 seconds, you see, and then it had an answer, right? Which, again, I could easily have done that, but at the time, I was on my phone, and I was busy, like I was out and about or something like that. Or I was in the bathroom. Not gonna lie, that has happened. Yeah, pause the game, May. And I was like, able to get work progressing still, even though I didn't have access to work off of that device that I was trying to work from, right? Like, yes, you can work from your phone or an iPad or tablet, but it's really not the greatest experience, which I imagine you have the same feeling when it comes to Steam. It's not exactly the best experience to be trying to write code on there. I don't know. I've never tried it, but so maybe it's better than I'm thinking, but it's not, at the very least, you'll agree, and anybody else would agree, it's better. It's a better experience having access to a keyboard on a laptop or a desktop computer than trying to code from digital keyboards and stuff like that on tablets and phones. Okay? So that said, with this, I'm able to give it a task. It kicks off, runs its own thing on a separate branch, and then I tell it to open up a PR like I'll review it all from here, all from the phone app, the OpenAI ChatGPT app in this case. And then it goes and does its thing. I review the code on here, and then when I'm ready, when I have access or I have time, I'll go back to my desktop. This has been my workflow kind of with this a little bit here and there, not for everything. I'll come back to my desktop here, pull down the PR, run it locally, check it out, try it, maybe even make changes, and then eventually merge that PR. So basically, the thought process, or the thing that's kind of like a positive to me in this way, is that I'm able to keep working on projects that I'm working on or have an active interest in when I don't always, even when I don't have access to my typical setup that I enjoy using for writing code by hand. And it's been pretty good. So I started off small, and I've been keeping it small on purpose because in my experience, if you try to give it bigger and bigger tasks, just like with any human developer, right? Like the bigger the task, the bigger the PR, the more you have to really, scrutinize the changes and make sure it's not having residual impacts elsewhere and that type of thing. So for the most part, I've not been giving it huge tasks. I've been leaning on small to medium-sized tasks that I feel don't require. As you can see, it made like only a handful of changes and a couple dozen changes. And this one was probably the biggest one so far. Implement uniform font scaling on Zoom. And again, this is all stuff that I could do. Like I know how to do, but I don't necessarily have the time in the moment while I'm thinking of it to do it. Or I haven't gotten around to doing it even in the past couple streams type of thing. Other things have come up. And so this has allowed me to keep moving the needle little by little, making progress on the things that I have in my to-do list for this project whenever I'm not actively sitting here or actively with a laptop elsewhere to do that. So I find this to be pretty cool. Have you tried this out, Alka? What's been your experience? Were you aware of this? Or, that's kind of why I wanted to bring it up again, because you were saying you've been coding from a Steam Deck in bed, right? Like, so May says from bed and from bathroom, LOL. Yeah. Alka says, I do have a keyboard and another screen. You do? You're doing that from bed? You're using a keyboard and another screen? That's pretty wild. You got like, I gotta understand how that works, man. I've attempted coding on a phone though. A lot of the help I give on the Twitch API Discord server, I send from bed on my phone. I'll type out like 15 to 20 lines of hey, more power to you, man. I got a lot of respect for you. So, you've not tried that? Okay. I recommend giving it a shot sometime. I think you can do it. The one downside is I think you have to subscribe in order to have access to codecs from OpenAI's ChatGPT. So if you go to chatgpt.com/codecs,
is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
That would I think it requires the minimal paid subscription, which is $20 a month. And obviously when they're higher subscriptions, it'll be included too. But I'm only on the small. I'm on the smallest level subscription, and I'm constantly switching around. I used to be subscribed to Anthropic for a bit with Claude Code because I was using Claude Code and stuff like that. But then a couple of reasons why I switched over to OpenAI's ChatGPT for a bit. But I really try to limit it to just one. Well, I'd say two, because I have GitHub Copilot as well. But I'm probably going to switch to the free tier on that one at this point, because I have not been using it as much. And I think I'm wasting it. You would like to see that set up too? Yeah. Same. All right, so that was a quick rundown. I told you something small and simple, Alka. All right, you can keep going, chat. In the meantime, I'll get my setup. Speaking of setups, we're going to get back into working on things. I'll talk through what I was working on off stream while I was on vacation a little bit here. I think I'm on the branch. Yeah. So I had set off, speaking of codecs, this one. I wanted it to add the ability to keep track of the highest level achieved in the Words on Stream game for the Twitch channel it is connected to. Once that is able to be captured and stored, by the tool, update the UI so it displays the channel's personal best level record to show the value. Make sure this is persistent in the user's browser by Twitch channel, and the UI is updated whenever a new highest level is achieved. So I had tested it out and tried it and made these changes. I think where I'm at with, so this I'm gonna have to archive it now, because that's the one downside to this for folks that are interested in OpenAI's codex. Once you make changes yourself manually,
starting now and we'll go for 180 seconds.
Once you make changes yourself, it can no longer make changes as part of this thread, and it needs to open up a separate branch in PR basically, which is a bummer. So you have to really be ready to just start doing the work yourself and not rely on OpenAI's codex, which I think honestly for my purposes and workflow that I see with it right now, it's like just the starting point to get things working. And a lot of times it'll accomplish the goal again because I'm keeping it small and focused tasks that I'm giving it to it. But in this case, it was a little bit larger of an ask and task for it to do. And so now I have taken over and started making changes myself. Like I changed the name from personal best PB to highest level score, or what I'll show you actually. I'm gonna just start running it here. Git pull, make sure I got everything. npmi, I don't think anything changed in that regard, so we should be good with that. And then Alka says the Steam Deck has a dock that can connect a 27-inch monitor to the dock running at 120 hertz. I have a TV stand that I put dual monitor mount on so I can put the monitor over me in bed. So dude, so you're laying down and you can get the monitor to go, you're out, all right, you can get the monitor to go over your head and you're just laying in bed. And how are you positioning the keyboard to type on? Alka, you're gonna have to take a picture sometime if you don't mind. It's super chill. I love the sound of it. It just doesn't seem feasible to me. May, don't assume the pronouns though, by the way. Fully laying down. It's not over my head. It doesn't go flat. Okay. So, all right, you're kind of like I am then. You're like maybe you got pillows propping you up a little bit. And you have like a what are those? One of those pillow trays, you know, that's like soft underneath, like got a pillow underneath, and then it's got like a hard top where you can put the keyboard and mouse. Can you draw us a picture, Alka? Actually, I think, we did this last stream. I'm gonna do it again. Hold on. Get paint opened up here. Oh, my eyes. All right, we're drawing pictures. Although everybody's probably... I'm going to wait until the ad's done. No worries, May. Actually, you're on Turbo, Alka. You probably don't get any ads, right? All right, so we got a person here. Right. This is developer. Kind of at this angle, right? And then we're gonna say maybe there's a keyboard here, sitting with the pillow sitting on the lap. Keyboard. And then we're talking like the monitor is like swinging out on an arm this way, like this, sitting in front of you here like that. It's mounted on the wall, let's say, maybe. Oops, I didn't mean to zoom in like that. Oh, you can't see it. There you go. And then here's all the code, right? Like, right? Is that how we're operating here? And just big smile on the face, right? Like, I love coding from bed. Put a little pillow here. You know, there's the headboard, the mattress. Not the best mattress, but you get the idea. And there you go. Just coding in bed. Did I get it accurate? Is that accurate? And then I guess over here you're saying you have the Steam Deck mounted in a mount. And then wires like hooked up to that. I drew this a few days ago with the trackpad on the keyboard while at my Steam Deck, so it's a bit shaky. Oh, see, I'm not the only one that didn't understand. All right, chat, you ready? So this is your perspective. Okay. There's a Steam Deck. First person perspective. What is on your lap? Like, is it a pillow desk thing? Or you're just letting the keyboard sit on your lap. Oh, and it has a trackpad built into it. Just the keyboard, that's all. Okay. That's pretty sweet. That's gotta be super comfortable too. I like it. That's awesome. What gave you the idea too? You're like, I need more time to code. And I spend a good percentage of my life in bed. So why not set up myself to code in bed? Right? Is that how it went? Was that the thought process? I spend at least a third of my life in bed. I need to utilize that time better. So I'm getting a Steam Deck, which is like a PC. I don't know, that's the other aspect I guess I'm curious about, Alka. Because I don't have a Steam Deck. I don't know how it works. Like, I know... Is it just remotely connecting to your desktop PC then? And that's how you play games on it? It's like over your home network? And then you're like, oh, well, I can just do the same thing. It has a desktop mode. Oh my goodness. Okay. All right. What editor are you using then? You using VS Code? You can stream through Steam. Okay. Yep. That's what I thought. All right. VS Codium, you said. VS Codium. So, I've had folks ask about making the extensions work for VS Codium. I believe I set up one of my extensions to work there, but VS Codium. Thank you for sharing this, Alpha. That's super. Like, it's kind of you to take. Well, clearly somebody else has asked you to do this, right? Because they were not understanding or being able to visualize this. So glad I'm not alone on that. But thank you for sharing this too. For folks that don't know, VS Codium is the fully open source version of VS Code from Microsoft. The one thing that you may or may not know is that while the VS Code for Microsoft is open source, the one you actually, the source that you, or the binary that you download from VS Code when you download and install it from Microsoft's website is not 100% exactly what you see in the open source repository from them. They add in their telemetry stuff and some other little, they add in a slight layer on top of it that people were not happy about, and so they spun off the VS Codium one. So there you have it, in case you weren't aware of that. All right, so VS Codium has a marketplace though, right? Where is it? Actually, they talk about the why here. Microsoft's VS Code source code is open source, MIT licensed, but the product available for download is licensed under this not floss license and contains telemetry and tracking. Exactly what I said, right? According to this comment from Visual Studio Code maintainer. So that's why it is. Where's their marketplace though? Or at least it says I'm one of the ones not happy about it. Yeah. I mean, I understand. Let me put it this way. first of all, in all fairness, I used to work at Microsoft, so there is some slight bias as a result of that. But I do agree with not wanting telemetry and that type of and tracking built into the tool. However, and maybe I'm wrong about this, you can turn it off. Like, it's on by default, which every company does that. So you can get mad at Microsoft till you're blue in the face, but you got to recognize that all these companies, I'm not saying it's right or I agree with it. I really wish, even my company does this actually. I really wish they would be off by default, but that, like, their companies are not incentivized to do that. In any case, you have the option to turn off the telemetry. I have it off in all of my instances of VS Code. Actually, I should probably double check again because I've uninstalled and reinstalled. So you have that, but maybe there's more to it that I'm not aware of that they're doing that you can't turn off tracking wise. And if you don't want that, then yeah, you go VS Codium to be 100% sure you're not getting any tracking or telemetry on you. So just my 2 cents on that. That's why, like, I don't really care that much, because I feel like they're giving me the option to disable it. Then it's cool, right? Actually, what does it say here? VS Code project exists so you don't have to download plus build from source. This project includes special build scripts that clone Microsoft's VS Code repo, run the build commands, and upload the resulting binaries for you to GitHub releases. These binaries are licensed under the MIT license. Telemetry is disabled. If you want to build from source yourself, head over to Microsoft's VS Code repo and follow the instructions. VS Code exists to make it easier to get the latest version of MIT licensed VS Code. So they basically use exactly what you see in the GitHub repository from VS Code, but I'm guessing as part of their build process, they rip out the telemetry stuff. Alka says, I use my Steam Deck in the living room docked to play games with a nephew for summer. Then after that, I moved it upstairs to my bedroom and I hooked up an old monitor next to it on my nightstand and I could watch whatever from there. I didn't want to keep turning my head to watch, so I got a TV. Okay, this is interesting to hear how it progressed. So I got a TV stand and then I wanted to move it over me, so I got the VESA dual monitor mount. It was a slow build up. Okay, I got you. Yep. Alka says VS Codium doesn't have any of the AI stuff, so it's actually pretty slim. Oh, right. That's another good point, right? Yeah, because the AI stuff, although they did announce, and maybe there's some controversy with this that I'm not aware of. And this is not me being, as far as I know, this is not me being biased in any manner because I'm not as in tune with all this anymore as I used to. But when it comes to the AI stuff in VS Code, it was always external. Like, it was always not built into it. And then they open sourced GitHub Copilot, at least the extension portion of it. But they could be using the same approach with that too, where it's like, yeah, this is open source, but the one that you download from the marketplace is actually got a little Microsoft flavoring sprinkled on top, little spices. So I'm not sure about that. Royal, I don't mind those being there, but a lot of people think VS Code is the exact code. It's often that VS Code sends you to its repository without explanation of any difference. Yeah, and that can be misleading. Yeah, I see what you're saying, Roy Lisi. Alka says they might be default extensions. I could probably still get it installed, and I haven't tried. Well, yeah, because what was it? There's some stuff that's like built into VS Code, like the IntelliSense stuff, which has some, in a sense, some AI behind that. But GitHub Copilot was it's always been an extension. Now, some of the capabilities that enable GitHub Copilot, well, I know for sure not all of it is made possible by the extension itself. The extension acts as like almost, it's like a UI for the capabilities of GitHub Copilot. And then they have some probably backend servers that the extension speaks to and sends like the tokens of code and your prompt to. And then it, reads the response from that API as well and shows it in VS Code. I think, generally speaking, that's the architecture there. But I could be wrong. Like, some of it might be baked into VS Code, and so I don't know again, I'm not as knowledgeable as I used to be in that space on how exactly it's working and it's architected. So, yep. Anyway, that was a fun little tangent to go down. All right, let's get back to playing and working. We're mixing work and play today, folks. Work and play. Close that up. Close that up. Oh, I wanted to look up their... Where's the marketplace for this? VS Codium extensions. Where is it? It's like... Oh, it's like on the open... Oh, what is the name of it again? Registry. VSX registry. Where is it? Open VSX. That's it. So if you want to get extensions for... I mean, well, this is the marketplace for VS Codium. I'll drop that link in chat too. And then if we search Clarkio, I should be in here. Yes, this is... Oh, I got both of them in there. This version of extension was published by Clarkio. That user account is not verified publisher of the names. I thought I did this already. I guess not. I mean, you could see me though. So what this does for folks that don't remember when I was working on this, this is the... so because they added that functionality where you can log into like your GitHub account, your Microsoft account, and that type of thing in here. Which I don't remember where it is now. They move shit around. You can create your own auth provider. So what I did is I created one for Twitch. And to this day, I still haven't added the use of it to my Twitch highlighter tool. Which is funny. But you get the idea. I've been meaning to get back to this. I just haven't had an interest to jump back into this. Nowadays, well, who has a reason to want to use it anymore? Anywho, fun little memory lane. All right, let's jump back into what I was working on. npm run dev. So what this does is it adds our personal best, like personal best or our record for today. So let's get it running. Localhost 1. This. I forgot it just runs like that. I forgot that's in there though. Why is that in there? Let's continue. Restart. Wait a minute. I'm not on the right branch. Am I? I'm not on the right branch, that's why. Add channel, highest level tracking. What are the changes I have? Git reset. Now I can check it out. What are you talking about? Git reset hard. Full. Git checkout. I want to type it again. Oh, now npm run dev. I would love if you'd look at TMI.js chat sometime. I've not actually had anyone's feedback on it yet, so I'm just making changes based on me applying it to projects. Okay, I can. I mean, once I get, I'm gonna merge this pretty soon. Actually, this is close to being done, and I could jump to that. May says, I thought you were working on alpha on correct words. Did you finish that, or gonna do that later? I jumped away from that, May. The reason I jumped away from that, May, is because I knew, because remember I was away, and I knew we had active changes on here on that branch, locally on this machine. And I didn't want to mess with that while I was away. So I switched to this feature to work on so I wouldn't interfere with that, if that makes sense. So it's still there. It's still in the works. As you saw that the buttons popped up there for a second. But yeah. Okay, no worries. No problem. I was just checking the notes I took to your thing. Okay. Yep. Thanks for taking notes, by the way. All right. Personal best should show up in here. So the high, yeah, there we go. So you can see the highest level we ever achieved was level 269. And then today's highest level as of starting this is level 1. Now, the one thing that I'm hung up on is the placement and UI of this. Because I know, for instance, like one of the other streamers that uses this tool that plays words on stream, they have their, things kind of laid out nicely the way that they want it laid out. And now I'm adding this into that area that it's probably going to conflict with there. So I don't know where to put this though on the page. Do you have a date for the highest level? Ooh. No, I don't think that's possible to track, May. That could be possible. What am I saying? That is possible. So it's possible, but it won't be a good solution. Let me put it that way. Unless I start incorporating some database that I can talk to. Because everything, as you know, is all running in the browser. I've intentionally taken that kind of stance, if you will, because I haven't had a true need to really utilize a server just yet until I want to do things like send messages in the Twitch chat, which we haven't gotten to yet, but it is on the horizon, on the radar. And I think once that happens, then we can start looking to maybe incorporate a database and that type of thing. What I'm doing for this right here is just using local storage in the browser. Alka says, are you keeping it unstyled so others can style it? Yeah. That's exactly why. How'd you know? How'd you guess? The real reason is because I'm terrible at styling things. I'm just like, give me the information, I don't know about you, but I'm not good at designing stuff. I mean, I feel like I could draw something on paper and design in a nice way that I would like and figure something out. But then applying that is like, I was going to say, maybe at least add a basic font. What font? I don't even know. What font am I using? How do I see? Where are we? Font. It's just a built-in browser. Font family monospace. That's it. Default serif font. Yeah. You have a suggestion on a font we should use? I'm down to, I'm open to suggestions here. We can switch that up. What else? May says, and on that other streamer, they keeping track of what board they lost on. Just a thought. Don't really need a date. Okay. No. These are good suggestions. I like that. I'm not resisting the idea, May. I'm just, I'm resisting the way to make that possible is kind of where my head's at. So if I imagine maybe you're not familiar, May. Well, so local storage, let me show you, is in the browser. So the browser offers two websites, a bunch of different ways to store information in the browser for that website. Instead of having that website to run their own database somewhere else that manages this stuff, you can do stuff directly in the browser. And one of those storage mechanisms is called local storage, which you can see here. So if you right click on a page, you click inspect, and then you switch to this application tab, you can then see all these different storage mechanisms that are available for the website on that browser. Now, this might look different depending on the type of browser you're using, but this is a Chromium-based browser. And it should use, if you're using Chrome or other Chromium-based browsers, it should look similar. If you're on like Firefox or whatever, it's going to use the same, likely the same terminology, but just be visibly different. So it's okay. I could take a rejection. No, it's all good, man. So in any case, there's local storage, which will persist anything I put in this database. So if you, as you can see here, even WoS uses it, Twitch.tv uses it. But what I'm doing for the purposes of this, I don't know what that's about. Astro error overlay theme. I'm using personal best Clarkio for today's date, right? So that's the best level we've reached for the date of today, local to my time and time zone that I'm running this game in. And then this is the best all time. So this information comes from the WebSocket, from Words on Stream's servers. That the game itself gives me that information, and I'm able to capture it and store it in the browser here like this. And then this just happens from listening to the events as the game progresses. So if the level we're on is higher than the level in the value here, once the level finishes, we will update that. Right? That's what the code does. So that's how that works in that regard. And it uses a key, and the key is unique to each day for that. Whereas this one is going to be unique to each Twitch channel. So if I started running this tool against a different Twitch channel with a different mirror link, it would show up in here as well. So that's local storage. The reason I went with that is because, one, it's available in the browser for free, and it's like each user will have that. Everybody that's opening up this website, their browser is going to do that essentially, because it's utilizing the code that's running the website. The other options you have is session storage. Session storage is great for more sensitive things, like your like let's say you logged in and we need to keep track of the fact that you're logged in. We can store stuff in here to indicate that. As you can see, some of the other websites are doing that. I'm not extension storage is for any browser extensions you're using. IndexedDB is like, I'm not as familiar with it. All these other ones, other than cookies. So I haven't personally really had a lot of experience using IndexedDB in the browser, or cache storage, or storage buckets for that matter. But you can see there's a lot of other data storing mechanisms built into browsers nowadays. Cookies is something that's you imagine you see all the like pop-up messages that's saying, hey, we use cookies. Do you want to accept all cookies or reject some or whatever? That indicates what the browser is going to store in this area of its database type in that regard too, which also can have some sensitive information, because some sites use cookies as a means to track the state of whether you're logged in or not, for example, that type of thing. So that's a very quick and abbreviated explanation of the different storage capabilities that I'm familiar with and have used in the browser. So what you're talking about though, May, your suggestion of figuring out the date that happened on and keeping that alive all the time. The reason why I say that this is not necessarily the most, I keep saying robust, but what I mean by that is like the most like resilient or best solution for that is because somebody could easily open up let's say you open up this URL in a different browser. All these numbers might be like the personal best for today might be different. Like let's say we were playing only in this browser, it would default back to like 1 or whatever, and that sort of thing. So what I mean by that is this data is volatile. Even though it's being stored here in the browser, this could be different for every person depending on when they opened up their browser to this URL, for instance, right? Like the best level for my channel for today, if you were running this before I was running it, it might be higher actually than this one that we see here like this, as an example, right? So having a database creates a centralized source of truth of what's accurate for that data versus having it kind of spread out between people's browsers, and it could lead to discrepancies, I guess is what I'm getting at. So there is that. Alka says, have you tried making a companion control panel for an overlay project? I work on projects where it can communicate between a browser source and a dock via broadcast channel. in local storage. I have not. I'm interested to hear more though, Alka. What else did I miss? Font family sans serif on the body would be nicer. Probably defaults to Arial. Let's see what we've got on that one. Yeah, I don't think I've changed anything with that, so I'm guessing it's Arial. Rendered fonts. Times New Roman. I'm sure you love that, right? Times New Roman. What else am I missing here in chat? Royal says cookies is actually the main one because cookies get sent to the server anyway. The rest you'd need to make a script for backend access. Yes, that's fair, Royal. Most sites would use it for a session token, so the details are saved on the server, not on the user. Yep. Compared to session storage, which is less used. Yes. However, Royal EC, I've seen a lot of people, especially web devs that are like very into the front end framework spas and stuff like that, that want to do authentication without a server. Essentially, they tend to do it where they use like JWTs and they use authorization headers instead of using cookies as the storage mechanism and transport approach. I personally don't agree with that, and I've been a strong proponent of using cookies as the but I've been kind of, I forget, it's been a while, but a while back someone but let me put it this way. I was very strongly, like, let's say, I don't know, 10 years ago, I was very, very adamant and strongly opinionated about where to store authenticated state information in web apps. And my conclusion at the time was that you should store this as a value in a cookie, because the cookies are more mature from a security perspective, having things like the secure flag and the HTTP only flag and that type of thing, so that JavaScript can't access the value and exfiltrate that. Let's say you have a cross-site scripting vulnerability in your application, then because you're using cookies and you're using HTTP, the proper security flags on them, someone cannot exfiltrate the value of that cookie, which will have the session, let's say, token or session secret or whatever, not secret, but you know what I mean, like the identifier for your session. They can't do session hijacking that way. So that's why I was very strong. But then the argument for that is, well, what if your application, so my argument is that your application could be susceptible to cross-site scripting, and therefore that's why you want to use cookies and not use session storage or local storage to store the value of the session ID identifier that you're using. Just using that broadly and generally, okay? And their argument against my approach would be, well, what if your application is vulnerable to cross-site request forgery? And my response to that has always been, well, cross-site request forgery is a little bit easier to mitigate against than cross-site scripting. Cross-site scripting, there could be hundreds of different points in your vectors in your application where you're allowing user input, and therefore you can potentially be allowing cross-site scripting vulnerabilities that you would have to harden, right? The surface area is much larger, in my opinion, than the surface area for trying to prevent and mitigate cross-site request forgery. But I'm blanking now because it's been so long, and I had heard from somebody very knowledgeable and convincing that even with cookies and having cross-site request forgery mitigations in place, they made a valid argument that I'm blanking on right now, and it's not coming to mind, of how it's still susceptible anyway. So it would be like it's basically, they were making the argument that one is not really stronger than the other. Like one approach is not more secure than the other, is what they were saying. And I was kind of convinced to be like, okay, I can get off my high horse about this because I agree, but I forget exactly why now because it's been so long. So I got to refresh my memory on that. But yeah. So anyway, all that to say and respond to what Roy Lisi or Royal in chat was talking about when it comes to session tokens and that type of stuff. Alka says the default font family in Chrome is serif, which is Times New Roman. Setting it to sans serif makes it Arial. Okay, got you. Or at least as well. Another reason why you must use cookies is that security goes on hand of. What do you mean hand off of the browser? The browser itself sends cookies, so when the browser has security updates, it will fix any issues with that. Otherwise, you'd have to update your own system each time. Right. Yeah. Well, so I mean that is the other, like developer experience wise, the browser is yeah. I think I get what you're saying. The browser, when you're using cookies as a storage mechanism, the browser inherently is handling the transport of that cookie for you between your client side in the browser and your server side code, right? Whereas when you use session storage, or sometimes people use local storage, but that's a whole nother thing to cover on why you shouldn't be doing that. But if you're using any type of session or local storage as your approach, then you have to handwrite or use some library that has this stuff built in, handwrite code or have code that will automatically grab the value of that from the browser's storage mechanism and inject it as a header in all of your requests that require that, right? Whereas in the other case, you're just reading the cookie values. So yes, you're absolutely right, really. And I'm with you on that, which is another pro in my mind on why you should use cookies instead of session storage. Do not use local storage for sensitive data. Do not use local storage for sensitive data. Use session storage, because at least the difference is, for folks that don't know, local storage will persist between sessions. When somebody goes to your website, if anything gets stored in local storage, next time they go to your website, whether they close the browser or reopen it, that stuff will still be there in the local storage information. Whereas with session storage, it'll at least go away. I mean, I think each browser handles this differently, but like if you close the browser completely, your session storage will likely get cleaned out. It gets cleaned out after some period of time of user inactivity, essentially. I think typically it is when they close the browser, right? You have to close the browser and then the browser will clear out session storage. But I don't know that that's always the case, because for instance, like when you log into Google, local storage for the win, 24/7 forever login. Right. Well, that's what I'm getting at. I think like with like sites like Google, I imagine they're doing something like that because that's why you're able to stay logged in for a longer period of time before having to log in again. But I think they're combining that with like refresh tokens or some other mechanism to increase your session length after some activity in their websites or services. All right. Wow, that was a long talk. Google uses a remember me token. Yeah. That was a long talk. What were we working on again? I forget. I do love yapping about this stuff though. Alka says I've had to yank together some overlays to complete this loop. An app detecting a mic input level. Don't need the actual audio data. Sending that over WebRTC. On the receiving end, it needed to communicate to a different subdomain, so I added an iframe post message. Oh boy. That iframe would then send... That iframe would then send the data over broadcast channel to another overlay system that then sends that over WebSocket to an Unreal Engine game to animate a character. US West user to Australia user with WebRTC, by the way. Holy guacamole, man. That sounds like fun, and that sounds like it's susceptible to a lot of points of failure. Did it all work out all right? Okay, how'd it go? May says you were working on personal best code. Right, okay. Why did that shrink so much? What is going on with this? It's like as soon as I open that up. Is this it scaling uniformly? Is that why? It feels like it's not. Go back to your normal. All right, so in order for me to fix this, all right, so we're gonna do this. I'm gonna merge these changes in. I just need input, and then once we do that, we'll look to switch from TMI.js to Alka's new library. What I need input on though, which I know Alka's shared input on the font, which we can address separately. I need input on layout. Like, I wish Dylan was here. Dylan's one of the other streamers that uses this tool, and he like lays it out in a certain way that he likes. And I feel like this is gonna mess with him if I put this here. So maybe we place this underneath the correct words for now, and that way it won't mess with the layout. And then I'll feel we can. My whole thing is like we can figure out layout separately. Like as long as the functionality is implemented, I mean clearly, for me, as long as the functionality is working the way I intend it to work, then that's good enough. So I'm going to cut this out, and I'm going to put it in underneath, not the Twitch chat frame. Oh, not the logs, but after the correct words. Is where I want it. Yeah, right here. That should be good. Yep. All right, perfect. I think this is good enough. That way it's out of the way. It doesn't look great, I know. But you could come up with some layout. I mean, if you're interested and want to, I welcome that input, Alka, but like I don't want you spending your precious time on my stuff, you know what I mean? I don't, I'm not trying to ask for free labor here. So, but yeah, if you're interested and it's something like you would find fun and you want to do and you don't mind, then yeah, I'm down for that. Like I welcome it. I'm not against it. So, yeah, but don't feel any pressure to do so. All right, I'm gonna merge these changes for now. By the way, this is all open source too. So if you, Alka, or anybody else are interested, if you go to github.com, Clarkio, WoS assist is where I'm hosting all the code there, or posting all the code. In case you want to get more in the weeds of things on that, you're welcome to check that out too. I'm glad I did this too. Well, it used to be bundled into my personal website, which was a separate repository, and then I finally broke it out into a separate thing so that we can isolate the changes and stuff like that, and wouldn't rebuild the whole website. And two, so that I can run like codecs against it and that type of thing. Alrighty. What are we doing next here? We gotta merge those changes. Git commit all of it with the message of fix just layout for record level locations. Push that. I'm gonna go up to the PR and merge it. I gotta sign in though first. I thought I was signed in already. Can I do passkey? No, get out of here. Two-factor authentication. All right. I am logged in now. Go to that pull request. This one. And we're gonna merge. And then we're gonna go to codecs. And it should show as merged now. Yeah, we're gonna archive that one. All right, and then it should show up on the website shortly. So May, and anybody else that might be using the tool locally on their machines, you can go to clarkio.com/WOS-assist. I'll do that manually right now. It's not going to work by default, but you got to add in the mirror link and Twitch channel. Mirror link there. Click on connect for each. And you'll be good to go. It hasn't updated yet though, because we're not seeing. There we go. Now it's updated. Now we see the highest levels on there. In fact, I should update this if I refresh that. Oh, except it's getting cropped now. I gotta figure out a better layout for this stuff. It's just like one long vertical list. There we go. So now we see our personal best and today's highest level. All right, so now you can keep playing. Restart. Alka says it worked great. The only thing that was an issue was making sure the actor user enabled the microphone when in use. Oh, yeah. All right. What was the other thing we were gonna do? We're gonna change the font and switch to, let's git checkout main, git pull, clear. Let's say git checkout -b. What'd you call it, Alka? This TMI. New. Let's call it just new TMI, right? New TMI. Git push set upstream origin new TMI. Okay, clear. All right. Git status should be on that branch now. Yep. All right. Awesome. All right. So Alka was saying it's at npmi at. Is it like drop-in replacement for a TMI JS? Regular TMI JS? Let me look at the docs on it. You know, don't tell me. Don't tell me actually. Let me see if I can figure it out, and you can see. You can see how the developer experience goes. You know, for somebody that has no idea. It's not a drop-in replacement. Okay. Import TMI from there. Channels, token, auth token, and then on message. FBI, open up! Hey, welcome back, Sean. How'd everything go with your calls and whatnot? Restart that. What level was that? 1? I can win playing by myself. And remember, you got Rugmat bot, you got Nightbot, you got a couple options there. Do !Q, !W. Call went good, just dealing with family stuff as an intermediary between. I got you. Sorry to hear about that challenge, Sean A. All right. Let's go back here. So, what were the docs on this again. Over slightly so I can see it. No, I didn't mean to do that. So we gotta change that. So we're gonna say at TMI chat now. Oh, the family just got home. Hold on. I'll be right back, chat. Kiddo just got home. I want to see how practice went.
Welcome in and thanks for joining today, Bald Bearded Builder.
Triple B! How's it going, man? Hell no! Didn't no. Hell to the no. Everyone okay? Yeah, everybody's okay. Yeah, that was just them coming in the door. My office here is right by the door where they come in now. Shut up, I'm playing games. Fine. All right, we switched to TMI.js chat. Now we're gonna find all references to that. We say new client. It doesn't take connection anymore. What are the options on it then? Let's go check out the README. I guess the README is the same, huh? Let's look at this. Let's look at the lib. Client options, channels, and token. That's it. So that's one thing that's different, Alka. I'm expecting to set the connection to be like secure and reconnect and have that, and not just channels. It's channels and token. Will it automatic? That's all I need now. I don't need it. It's like you'll handle it. Oh, snap. Okay. I like that. Do I need a token though? Do I have to have a token? Is it optional? How do I get a token? Yeah, secure and reconnect were default true anyway. You do not need a token. Okay, cool. All right. Let's go back. And then we call... Do I have call connect? Yes, connect. Is it promiseified? I think it would throw me little squigglies if it wasn't, right? Is this a promiseified? Can't go to definition. Oh, because I probably got to install types on this. Does this have type definitions? Should, right? Yeah, they're there. It's built into it. So why isn't TypeScript picking that up? I don't believe it's a promise yet. That's still to do. Okay. So I should wrap it in a try catch. It's a TypeScript project, so it comes with. Okay. This is already wrapped in a try catch, rather. Not. Let's put this in a try catch for now. Catch error. Then we can Do I need to do this anymore then? Yes, I do. Because we do client on. Client. Desktop client on that, on that, on that, and then we connect. So I define all my event handling. I'm assuming it's the same event handlers are available. Because that's built by Twitch, not by you, right? So closes the event. Not disconnected. I wonder why I'm not getting the types. You're not getting the types on these. Yeah, I'm wondering why. Is there something that I configured wrong? Oh, I got cross-site scripting. Oh, look at that. Sneak is telling me I have a cross-site scripting vulnerability because I'm not sanitizing input from a remote resource. Is your Twitch client typed? That might be why you're it. What's up, Bauer? Why are you trying to get in here? I have it as an any, that's why. So this should be... Let's... comma... Client. Oh, I guess I could do TMI client. Yeah, that, you know, I like that approach better because then client can mean anything in this context, right? So I say TMI dot. Hold on, Bauer. Why is it doing that? What doesn't it like about this? Cannot find namespace TMI. What you talking about, Willis?
Welcome in and thanks for joining.
Hey, Dylan. Well, I can also, let's do this instead. Comma, client as TMI client. Or null. I mean, aren't I? Yeah, because I'm initializing it like that. And I don't need to do that. Yeah, it's not defined in the constructor because I do it in here. Import TMI type client as TMI client from if you have to. All right, I can try that.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Oh, void. Okay.
08 wants you to hydrate.
Thank you, Sean. All right, I wanted to try the other typing approach that you said though. Type client.
An ad is about to start in 1 minute on Twitch.
Where the fudge did it go? Oh, right here. I don't think I had to do it like that, but I like that better. You all can continue, by the way. I'm gonna let Bout run. He nudges at my office door. Let me in. Let me in. And then he's gonna. Where are you gonna go? Okay, you're gonna lay in your bed now. There you go. Picking up charger notches from earlier. Boy. Good doggo. Ads or snooze for. All right, thanks, Sean. All right. What are these? What do we got here? Oh, arguments are different now. Is not assignable to parameter type event void. Uh-oh, so this event is different now. Argument type connected. Okay. We got some differences here. What are my options? Bed upgrade. There's oh, it's not connected, it's connect. Time to rewrite everything, yeah. It's not disconnected. It's closed, you said, right? What should this be? It's void. Is not assignable to, and so it doesn't. I don't get anything when it's connected. No information. That's fine. When you hover on, it should tell you. Yep. On message gives me event of type message.event. All right, I'm gonna cut these out. Log it. We're gonna say event of type message.event. That should be TMI. I don't know why it doesn't like that. It's saying namespace TMI. I just put E. Like that. You don't have to add the types because it'll come through and tell us. Okay, well, let's just do that then. All right, and then is it E dot tags? Okay, cool. E dot message. Why can't I 2 lowercase that? Oh, ID message dot text dot 2 lowercase and dot tags. Is it user ID? They change up WebSocket on you? No, Dylan. Alka, who created TMI JS, said that they've been working on a newer Twitch chat client, Twitch messaging interface client, and wanted me. Basically, I volunteered to try it out so that Alka can see what the developer experience is like trying to implement it when switching from TMI to the new version. The tags is the catch-all. Where was I? I forgot where it was now. Oh, right here. Tags. So it's e.user login. User login. Okay. And I think that's everything then. Dylan, by the way, I need to work on the layout, but I just pushed some changes actually right before you came, where it now keeps track of, well, you can see it over here. Keeps track of the highest level you achieved for the date based on your local time zone. So whatever your browser says the date of today is, July 25th, it'll keep track of your highest level you achieved for that date. It's all in your browser though, so if you clear out your browser history basically, or cache, then you'll lose that. However, sorry, that's today's highest level. Your all-time highest level is automatically given to us from the Words on Stream WebSocket. So, May says, maybe I misheard. I thought you and Dylan for layout stuff. You want Dylan for layout stuff? Yes, I do. Yes, you did hear correctly.
The ad is starting now and will go for 180 seconds.
Time to rewrite everything. Yeah, Sean. You wanted Dylan. Yes. Now I need an API for that so I don't have to manually set the daily personal best on my stream. All the APIs. Well, if you want to, from the website, right? So this is on the public website now of the tool. You can get that information from local storage. Where is it? Why isn't it there though? Uh-oh. Why isn't it there? Oh, because it's not connected to anything. It's got to be based on your channel. My bad. I did it wrong. Refresh this. Now it should show. Okay, so now you'll see. So you're going to look at local storage for... I don't know why you can remove these. That's when I was doing that other project. You're going to look for PB, then your channel name. That'll be your all-time best. Move over slightly. So it's personal best, and then personal best channel, and then the date for the one for today. So it's not an API per se, but you can get that information that way. If you inject your own code into your browser, that's opened up to my website, you can use JavaScript to access this data. You can figure out how to push that to Firebot to store as a custom variable, and then have it check for diff every 60 seconds. So yeah, yes, you just, I mean, I don't know how you're handling your stuff on your stream. But yeah, the tool is going to keep track of the highest level you achieved for that date, and then your overall highest level too. But like I said, this one happens from you running this tool in the browser for your channel and your mirror link. Okay, this one gets populated and updated based on what Words on Stream gives me when it initializes, and then I think the code, I gotta double check, I think the code will update that. Because if the level gets higher than, like for me, 269, I get to 270, let's say, then both of these should be updated. I haven't tested that out yet, actually. And then have it check for diff every 60 seconds. Okay, I'm all caught up on chat there. So there you have it. Now, one of the reasons why I was hoping for you to see this and be here, so awesome timing.
And thanks for joining today, Duke the Coder.
Are we hacking Words on Stream? In a sense, not in like a hacker man, doing malicious things hacking sense, but in the sense of like tinkering and doing stuff. It's good to see you, Doug the Coder, though. Thank you for being here and for chatting. White hat hacks. I mean, it's not like that type of hacking. You know what I mean? We're hacking a solution together for our own custom needs and wants. Doug the Coder, if you got a win of the week, let us know in the chat. No pressure though. So yeah, Dylan, why I'm glad you're here is I just threw these down here, and I know though layout wise you tend to crop out. You like split it in two. So I don't know if the way you have it cropped, it shouldn't impact you right now. Because of the fact that I put it underneath. Originally, when I first started implementing this, it was up in here. But I've since, knowing that you have a certain layout, I didn't want to mess with it. At some point, though, I need to redesign this layout. Potentially, Alka might do that. But regardless, at some point, it's going to happen. Just who? Maybe a combination of Alka and I, or just me. Because this is not going to work. We're just getting things working, you know? That's kind of how I iterate on my projects. Those of you that have been around long enough know. I get shit working, then I fix bugs that need to be fixed. Well, I get things working, and then I always say that I'm going to get to designing it and making it look better, and then that never happens. So what you see is what you get. Doug Dakota win of the week went live with a new .NET 8 Windows service replacing a 10-year-old .NET Framework one after lots of late nights and got a long weekend off. That's awesome to hear. Congrats on that, Doug Dakota, and thank you for sharing. 10-year-old .NET Windows service. That's fun. Dylan says, yeah, I may leave it as is and try to pull that info so I can just call it with a command and auto-update my titles, etc. Yeah, okay. Make it exist, then make it better. Right. Sean says, you get things working and then get someone else to make it pretty. Hey, listen, I don't get anyone else to do it. People, in all the history of the projects I've worked on stream, people have just volunteered. Like, going back to what we were talking about before, the VS Code extension. Do we still have that up? VSX. Open VSX, right? .org. Since Triple B is here right now, search for me. Triple B made this icon for me. He did that. I think he did it for the other one. Parathon did it for this one. My website, clarkio.com. Shout out to The Niche. DG. The Niche Gajar. He created my UI for me. And all that fun stuff. I need to add this words on stream tool in here. Right now you gotta like go direct, you gotta know the direct URL for it. Yay, celebrate. Whee. So yeah, you know what? I'm realizing, Sean, you are pretty accurate, other than I don't get them to do it. They just volunteer. I don't know why. I know AO, who tends to often raid us here, we've had the opportunity to raid him every now and then. He had generated the initial design for this Words on Stream helper tool based off of the Words on Stream game, but I did a terrible job of trying to implement it. So, there's that. All right, let's test this out and see if it runs, Alka. Oh, disconnect doesn't work. Is there a close? Yep. Undefined. All right, we fixed all those problems minus this cross-site scripting, but that was already there. All right, let's npm run this sucker. Actually, I think I already am. Yes, I already am. Where's the localhost one? This one? This one. What the heck? Why doesn't it have the record on there? Define developer. People get annoyed and do it. You get things, if that's what you think it is, people get annoyed. You might be right. They might just like look at it and be like, this is so awful, I need to help this guy. Boom, 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 boom. All right. I guess we gotta see. I mean,
Royal_Corks wants you to hydrate.
thank you, Roy Lacey. Let's see if this works. Connected to Twitch chat. That seems to be working. Let's continue. Why don't I hear it? Is it not playing? Oh, we gotta restart, that's why. Looks like it's working. That was pretty seamless migration over to it, Alka. Ooh, Sneak doesn't know about you though. I guess it's because it's too new of a project. Doesn't know about the security of it. Popularity is limited, community is limited. I mean, you just started this what, back earlier this year? It was the first release. What's the old versions? Yeah, earlier this year, of course. That makes sense. We got to build up the popularity of this, Alka. Got to get people to migrate from the old TMI to this one. I have no idea what soursop is. All the events have been consolidated. For instance, all the subscription events are together and there's a type property to narrow which one it is. Nice, okay.
Patron 565 followed. Oh, Patron 565, thanks for hitting that follow button.
Appreciate that, Trin. Welcome in. I want to put a... Can I put a stroke around that? How do I get it? I forget how to do this. I want to basically put a border on it. Baleen. That's a new one, huh? No. There we go. Kind of. Trying to make like a border around the one, this one that you see, you know, the main one that's on the screen that's overlaying everything. Shoot, oh, now I'm adding this crop. All right, I'm out. Time to run the hardware store and have a good weekend. All right, you too, Sean. Appreciate you. Thanks for the support, buddy. As always. Have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I know it's hiding right now, Chad. Hold on. I'm doing like a manual crop in OBS of the source. You can go to the next level if you want. See, now I can go like this. This thing right here. I said, if I do a stroke around it now, Will that actually work? No. The stroke doesn't work. It's so weird. You have to like do a clone of it and then a stroke around that. There we go. So now you can see the difference and it doesn't blend in with whatever's behind it all the time. Okay. Just a little OBS production changes going on there. What the heck could be before a bet? No, that can't be. Oh, Abed. Abed was before a bet. Interesting. See, this is why we have the missing words, man. I know people don't like if there's purists out there with words on stream, but like I never would have guessed that. Abed. You know what I'm saying? Abed is how you use your stream deck. All right. A bed? It's not abed, it's a bed. A bed. Yes, the bed. A bed is how you use your stream deck. I get it now. I get where you're going with that. Oops, I didn't mean to do that there. Archaic. A bed is the old way to say you were in your bed going to bed. They were all abed. Oh. I don't know how it's pronounced. Okay. Yeah. All right, chat. I got like another few minutes here and then we'll call it a day. We made some good progress. Although, why isn't the highest level and personal best showing up in here? Have I not? Git pull origin main. Alright, commit these changes. Git commit a and refactor. Move to modern TMI lib library. Let's merge main into this. Merge conflict. What's the problema? I don't understand. Just merge them together. Why is that a problem? I want to accept combination. Yeah, it should be fine. That's the only thing. All right, complete merge. Continue. Sync changes. That's probably gonna fail though. Oh, it did. Okay, okay. Get status. Should be all set. Sweet. Oh, an error occurred. There we go. Now we see it. That's why. I just didn't merge main into this one. That's why. Is it boiling? Yeah. Whoa. Internet might have just flickered on me. Am I still alive? Huh? I swear, this new place, man. You're still with us? Okay. All right, good to hear, good to hear. Thank you for confirming, everybody. It like flickered, the power flickered for me. I don't know what it is. New place, the power is not as stable as the old place, it seems like. Is Goblin? Oh, I was about to guess Goblin. All right, we can play one more round. I'm going to push these changes, though. Or I'm going to merge them, rather. Let's go. Where are we? Compare and pull requests for new TMI. Let it run its checks. We're going to merge it. Boom. And just like that, Elka, we are on to the latest and greatest. Dylan says, my upload has been randomly just nosediving for a few minutes at a time here and there. I haven't exercised that ghost in the machine quite yet. Fair enough. Yeah, see, this is what we end up creating, a separate PR for the alphabetical May. Yeah, no problem, Alco. I hope it was helpful. Like, just raw feedback, I think it was pretty easy to migrate from TMI, the old TMI, to the new one. So I like that. And it just takes, I think the biggest thing you're going to have is documentation around like translating from that, right? What you saw me run into. Dang Comcast, yep. I think that's the biggest thing. Otherwise, everything's great. All right, let's see if we can beat the best for today. Yeah, migration document would be helpful. Yeah, I think once you have that, where you can catch all the big differences that people are gonna like, there's probably gonna be, I think if you just cover the baseline migration of that, there's always gonna be edge cases, right, for everybody depending on how they deal with it. But I think for the most part, you're looking great with it. Word. Or somebody got Word. I gotta get rid of this. It bugs me that it doesn't just... I want it to just fill the space when there's nothing here. What the problem is, I'm hiding this element, the Twitch chat frame. So if I put in... If I allow the Twitch chat to show up here, it's taking up that space. But when I turn it off, I don't want it to take up that space. Oops. I don't want it to take up that space. I wanted this to just overflow in there. Oh, great. And now that all reset. Are we not going to pass level 1? Yay! We did it. Thanks, May. We gotta beat level 7 today. Come on. That way we see that this is working and it updates the highest level. Alright, those are gonna be all wrong because I've refreshed the page like a dodo. Library. Braille. How do you spell Braille? Abracadabra? No? All right, one 4-letter word and one 5-letter word. Ryle? I never knew that word. An Aril? Aril? Shoot, how does it go? Grid row or grid column. How do I get it to go past the one? Forget how to do that. Yeah, grid column end. What's it saying? Shit. Nope. Nope. Display block property prevents grid column end from having an effect. Try setting display to something other than block. Where is that? Where's it getting that from? Div by default has a display block. What? Who did that? Who's setting? Nothing saying display block. Where is it getting that from then? Search with AI. Why do I want to search with AI? User agent style sheet. Div is default display block. Is that what? Is that so? Level data grid container. Level, yeah. Display grid. I'm doing something wrong. This is why I don't do styles. See, everybody? What I thought would be right is not right. Trying to get this to just like, if I don't have the Twitch chat, which is the component that shows up in this empty space on the right here. If I don't have that, I want this to overflow into that column. Like you could see it there. You know this one, Dylan? Like you could see the column there, right? Like the column split with that purple line in the middle. For some reason, it's like it won't overflow. All right. I thought setting column 1/2, like it starts, column starts at 1 and ends at 2. Maybe I go 3. Just auto. Grid doesn't overflow? I thought, oh, is it? I gotta do Flexbox? Is that what you're trying to tell me, Alka? Yeah, I'm not messing with that then. Excuse me. Alright, we can continue. I ain't messing with that then right now. I thought I could quickly just do... I want it to stop wrapping here. I want it to... Like, whenever there's nothing here, don't wrap. Just spread out. When there's something there, then you can go back to that, you know? That's all. You could just hide the element like iframe, container, empty, display none. I think because the grid, yeah, I think it's because it's the grid. There's gotta be a way. I think you can do it with grid. No, there's no way. All right, chat. We're gonna beat level 7 for today. Main grid. I forget grid template columns 1. I gotta sneeze. Oh man, my chest bone cracks when I sneeze. That's not real. Grid template columns 1FR. 1FR? I don't know what your layout would be. Fill in your solution. Thank you, May. Disable display grid on WoS main grid is how I do it. Okay. Fair enough. That's one way to do it, Dylan. Good job, buddy. That's true. But Alco is trying to get me. WoS main grid has iframe container empty grid template columns 1. Yeah, no, I hear you, Dylan. I think what Alka is suggesting is good to work though. I'm gonna add that real quick. Well, after we beat this level. I think the syntax might be off a little here. Why can't I? Dylan says, I'm the guy you clean up after just doing what works, probably. Yeah. Alright, I will save that in a second. Although it probably already restarted, dang it. Yep. Dang it. Display none. I delete it. I am not doing that right. All right, whatever. It is what it is. All right, we gotta beat level 7. Let's go. Where? Hair. No! Alright, level 7's our best for today. It is what it is. It is what it is, chat. Alright, so things to do. Change the font. I'm gonna add these to-do items in here too on the repo. No, not there. Shout out to Alka. Who is awesome and created the tool and library that helps us connect to Twitch chat and listen to Twitch chat in the first place, and pointing us to the latest and greatest that he's got there. And then let's add some issues. Create a tracker for a number of times the board is fully solved. Use something other than default fonts. Create an issue for that. What else I want to do? Create a new issue. Make so whenever Twitch chat component is hidden, allow what did I call it? WoS, what did I call it? WoS main grid? Yeah, WoS main grid. WoS main grid to expand and fill the space. All right. And what I could do is I can tell OpenAI's Codex to just go build that stuff. Do you have a code pen for me? What's this, Alka? You giving me better fonts to use? Is that what you're saying? Oh, this is a nice. I see what you did. Your first idea for the level, highest level, and all-time highest level. Very nice, sir. Very nice. I like that. That's awesome. Let me copy this. Better. Yeah, okay, I got you. Final word count, just a second, May. I doubt it changed, though. What do I want to say here? Leverage this layout by Alka. Where was it? Alka design. Or record visuals in UI suggested and created by Alka Design. All right, final word count. We got 9,526. Isn't that what we were at before? Isn't that what we were at before, May? Pretty sure. I'm gonna put it in the Discord. $1,726. Stream on July 25th, 20. All right. That's the final word count for today. That's what we were at. Yeah. Okay. Alka says I'll probably keep tinkering. On that. Okay. Yeah. I mean, again, no pressure, Alka. I mean, I appreciate it nonetheless, but I also don't want you to take time away from you working on other stuff that you want to spend your time on, you know? But it is much appreciated. Like, if that's something that you're hyped up about, like me, then cool. That's great. I welcome it. All right. On that note, though, let's start wrapping things up. The department says the more you have, the slower it will be to find more, and to get more, you might need to get to higher levels in WoS. Exactly, WoS. Which is why one of the things I'm going to try and do, maybe this weekend if time permits, is look into setting up a dedicated channel that can keep playing. Yes, you definitely are, Dylan. I appreciate that. You may. I think Rugmat said that he was doing some stuff where he was using the tool off stream. Oh, the font. I already added that. I added that as an issue. So basically, the way I'm tracking this stuff, whenever we have ideas now, May, definitely hit me up in the Discord. Speaking of, if you need the link, folks, !Discord command to join the Discord. You can go straight to clarkio.com/Discord for the invite there. And then I have a channel in the Discord, which I'll show you right now. It is... It's Words on Stream tool right there, okay? Check out the Words on Stream tool. Once you join up, it's under Stream Projects down here. And if you have ideas, and you don't have a GitHub account, you can send them in there, and then I'll add them as a GitHub issue over here on the repository where the code is. Or if you already have a GitHub account, you're familiar with it, you can feel free to open up a new issue yourself on the repository. The link for that I'll drop in there as well, and in the Twitch chat. Speaking of this though, like if folks want to help out and contribute in a free way without having to spend any time or money really, you can just open up your browser. Basically go to Twitch, find people playing Words on Stream, search for Words on Stream, right, like you see here, go to that category, and then look for people that are at higher levels or at least active. Like even though this person has 101 viewers right now, a lot of times they're at low level. Like it's just not very, like people are not playing it really, not fully playing it, because they're, it's like typically the stream is like with a person on there and the people in their community is waiting for them to get back, and they might just be lurking, which tends to happen. And then for people that are coming in and they want to stay occupied, streamers will put this up on their stream type of thing. So look for people that are somewhat active and at least going beyond level 1, which a lot of them you could just see are at game over, that type of thing. But in any case, find one. There's one that's been pretty active. That's like a partnered streamer. They go by ZeneX33N. And their community tends to be pretty active. So in any case, let's imagine mine though, right? So we'll go with mine. We know I'm playing Words on Stream. So you go to clarkio.com. Well, you go to their channel. So let's go to twitch.tv/clarkio. And then let's put can't see it over there. But typically what people will do is they'll either have the mirror link pinned in their chat like I do, or you might have to manually get it. And one of the ways you can do that is by taking your phone out and opening up that QR code, and then somehow which will bring up a link so basically it'll open up a link in your browser on your phone, and it's going to want you to sign into Twitch. Don't do that. Go to that. In fact, let me do this now. It's going to give me a link. And then what I do is I copy that link. So I'm on my phone. I copy that link and I send it to myself like in Discord. So that way I can get it on my laptop or computer. And it's going to look like this. It's like a shortened link. It's play.wos.gg. Okay. I'm going to go get it now. Actually, I could just type it in really. So then you're going to copy and paste it in play.wos.gg. You can just type this in too, even after you look at it. And then it's a number. So in my case, it's 17829 for that instance of the game, right? So you can see you're going to log in to Twitch. I don't think you even need to do that actually. Let me open this up. This is for people that are a little technically inclined, okay? This is for when, this is for when people don't share the mirror link, because you need this mirror link in order to use the tool, okay? So then you go in here, you go into network, look for the socket. The socket doesn't connect unless you log into Twitch. Am I logged into Twitch? I don't know. I am. No. Oh. No, I'm not. I'm not gonna log into Twitch right now. Let me do it over here. I'm logged into Twitch already over here. Let me see. All right, then what's going to happen? I can show you this. What's going to happen is you're going to click on, make sure you're on network before you log into Twitch from that link, the play.wos.gg. That's funny. It connects to Twitch chat in the login. I guess so, yeah. You're going to click on, you're going to right click, inspect, which will bring you up this view. Okay, you're gonna click on network. You're gonna click on socket. Okay, then you go back to the browser and you say login with Twitch. Once it logs in, you should see messages pop up. You should see this here. You click on that. You go to messages and you find, I think it's the, where is it? This one that has UID in it. That's the one you want, right? So you can click on that, expand it, and this is that is the mirror link basically. So it's gonna be wos.gg/r. So what I'll do is I copy that. Then once you have that, then you can go to clarkio.com. I need to make this easier somehow. Assist. You can go here. You can open up these controls. You can paste it, and you go to https wos.gg/r/ paste in that. Then put in the channel, Clarkio, and then you click on connect for each, right? And then you're good to go. So that is the very convoluted way. I need to figure out another way to do this for people. That should be something we should add to the list too, actually. Let me note that. Determine an automated way to get mirror links from Twitch streams. This is needed to simplify setting up the tool for players.
An ad is about to start in 2 minutes on Twitch.
Right, that's the idea behind that. We need to snooze that ad. Can I snooze it? No. But you get the idea, right? Everybody? Follow what I'm saying? So then that way it'll connect and you can start using it against that stream, right? So you put in their Twitch channel ID, whatever their username is, and then you use the mirror link. So if they share the mirror link, that's great. It makes it super easy for you. Just copy paste it in here and then click connect on both and you're good to go. And you can hide that and then you just play and use this like normal, okay? Otherwise, you got to go through those steps that I just talked about to get access to the mirror link, because not everybody does it, but it's available via the QR code. All right. Hope that helps. And that's a great way that you can run the tool, use it when you don't want to. And then I have other things that I need to add to it. Like you see all these other query parameters I'm using in the URL, like widget true and all that. Like
an ad is about to start in 1 minute.
I need to make that easier for you, because there's ways that you can make the layout look a lot nicer for you if you're just playing via this. Like for instance, if I turn the board on, we'll set that to true. What that does is it loads the words on stream game itself directly in the view if you want. Or if you want the Twitch chat to be directly in this view as well, you can turn that on. And you can log into your Twitch account and start sending messages right in here. You don't even need to, you know what I mean? That's why it's all in one view. You put the stream up in a different browser tab, leave it open, give that streamer, lurk in that streamer's channel if you're going to be playing, like give them the viewership, right? But to make it easier while playing, you can do it all from here too. That's the idea. Okay. Yeah, you didn't know that, Dylan? My bad. I should have told you all that. So again, these are query parameters. There's widget true. You can turn this off. All that does is leave widget true on, because but board and chat are the two other parameters you want in the URL. Yes, please lurk if you do this.
Starting now and we'll go for 180 seconds.
All right, I'll wait until the ads are done before fully ending the stream. May was saying, I was just asking what was on the other to-do other than font. No worries. Okay. Alka says, that's funny. It connects to the Twitch chat. I don't know about right now, but Twitch might still be using a version of TMI.js to connect on Twitch. Oh, really, Alka? That's funny. Thanks, Dylan. Just double checked, and they are. Twitch sends Schmoopy as the default password when connecting anonymously. Schmoopy is the original author of TMI.js before they gave it to me. Oh, right. I forgot about that. Yeah, so they're using TMI.js. That's funny, Alka. So everyone using Twitch on desktop is using TMI.js. Yeah. Now you got to get them to use the new version, though. Dylan says there's got to be a way to just put in stream name and have it scrape. Yeah, there's got to be a way. I'll figure something out with that. All right, I'm all caught up. I'm just gonna wait for the ads to finish up for anybody that's watching that way, and then we'll fully close out the stream. But yeah, there's got to be a way to get the mirror link. Then they have to bolt it in all of their React features and other secret features. Interesting. Interesting. Whoa. All right. Hold on. It's altered from the original TMI.js, but they didn't bother changing the default password, which can be anything. Nice. Alka, is there like... There's no... I was gonna... I'm like confident in my... what the answer is gonna be here. But like, because folks have asked like if there's a way that I can have this automatically send messages... like have a bot automatically send messages to the Twitch chat. Like when we figure out what the big word is, a lot of people will, a lot of streams will do, oh, I'm not sharing my screen. A lot of streams where when they find the big word, they'll use a command like big word and then say like, it was like, what was it before? I don't know, letters as an example. And then what that does is the bot will then spam LETTERS. But the only way to do that securely with a bot account is to have a server, right? If you do it client side, then you're essentially exposing the bot's login credentials in order to send messages to the Twitch chat that way, right? And I don't want to do that when I connect, right, using TMI. So that's another thing where I got to have a server for this tool. TMI/chat sends a client nonce starting with TMI.js hyphen, so you can identify other TMI just chat users. Might change that later yet. Twitch added device code grant flow. Might be an option, but you have to keep the code hidden. Right, it's all client side. So anybody that goes to the website and loads this tool up will see that code, right? Because I'm going to have it hard coded in the client side code unless I fetch it. But even then, fetching it is going to be unauthenticated, which can be passed through a URL. Doesn't have to be shown. Yeah, but then they'll see the URL, right, for that code. Or is it a code that is uniquely generated for each session? I don't know. I'll have to check it out. I don't want to bog you down with my questions right now. All right, folks, on that note, though, I think the ads are done. I'm going to call it for today because I got to go pick up the little one from school. It's like an 8-letter code. All right, I'll keep note of this. So I got to go get the little one. All right. Thank you, Department, for doing the rainbow overlay. That's cool. Thank you, everybody that tuned in today. You lurked, you played, you chatted, you followed, you subscribed, I don't know, you just been here. You appreciate that. You were lurking. You shared your wins of the week. You joined the Discord. All that stuff. I appreciate that support. You made an example there too. Okay, I'll check that out. I appreciate you. Hope you got some value out of the stream, whether it was learning something new or just laughing at my silliness. Another great stream. Thank you, May, over on YouTube. And yeah, I'll be back next Friday. It was a surprise stream. I wasn't planning on streaming today because I thought I had off originally, but we got back in time to where I was like, all right, I'm going to throw a stream together after I catch up from work, which I did this morning. That was good. I got a little bit more to do, though, after this, which is another reason why I got to get going, chat. All right. I hope you enjoyed this surprise stream for those of you that thought I was going to be gone for 2 streams. I will be back next Friday, which is going to be August 1st now. Woo. Alrighty. I'll be here on twitch.tv/ClarkYo, youtube.com/ClarkYo. It will be around 12:30 p.m. Eastern time. If you can make it, that'd be great. If not, maybe I'll see you in another one. All right. Made a library for it on CodePen with that pen, which that pen utilized. Okay. Awesome. I appreciate all that help, Alka. Thank you especially for all the work that you've done in the community, man, and for hanging out here and talking us through some of this stuff. It's been a huge help, so thank you, Alka. Feel free to message me on Discord at Alka if I can be of service. Awesome, man. I appreciate that. Dylan, later, dude. Thanks for the tool. My viewers love it. I'm glad to hear that, Dylan. Yeah, keep the feedback coming as well. You too, Department. Have a great weekend. Appreciate you all. Hope you have a good rest of your Friday and weekend. I'll see you next week. See ya.